So welcome to everyone, or welcome back to the second day of our conference on global health justice. This is organized by the Blavatnik School of Government, which you see behind you, and the Independent Resource Group for Global Health Justice. We've got two panels today and then a keynote later on, and we will get right down to business with our first panel. The first panel is on care ethics and global health justice. And we have three speakers for you. Ndidi Nwaneri from Loyola University, Fiona Robinson from Carleton University, and Lisa Eckenweiler from George Mason University. Ndidi is in Nigeria at the moment and has been experiencing a few difficulties with her internet connection. And so she went to the trouble this morning to record her talk so it can be brought to us flawlessly. And we're going to start with Ndidi. Are you able to say just a few words before we get going?
Yes, I'm able to say hello and smile at everybody. Thank you for having me, and welcome to the conference.
Okay, so when we're ready, Jamie, if we want to load up the film and get going.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ndidi Nwaneri. I am a visiting scholar, Department of Philosophy, Loyola University, Chicago, and I'm a member of the Independent Resource Group for Global Health Justice. I welcome you to this event, and I thank the organizers for the opportunity to make this presentation. Within the theme of rethinking global health justice in the age of pandemics, I am presenting a paper that I have titled Utility Through Care. So my approach to what we've been discussing at this conference is I'm approaching this issue like everybody else through the perspective of global justice. So we're approaching global health justice through the principles of global justice. And I am going to make the argument that we should actually consider adapting and adopting an ethic of care as a way of navigating through some of the challenges that are stopping us from achieving the ideal of global health justice. However, I'm proposing an ethic of care that is modified, and I will explain that later in the course of the presentation. So what are the current features of global relations? There's connectedness, sitting side by side with inequity, growing poverty and inequality, correlated. Sometimes the poverty is correlated or is symbiotic to the movement of globalization. We have normalized injustice because for us to be functioning every day with a subtext at the back of our heads that we are operating or living in an unjust world means that there's an extent to which we have normalized it. So, and when we talk about global injustice, we tend to talk about it in the context of global finance and economics, but we should also recognize that education, food, sex, medicine, aesthetics, every single dimension of our lives are affected by this unjust relations. Then another thing I'd like to mention is that the injustice I discuss is embedded as well. It's embedded in our interpersonal spaces, in our transactional relations. It is part of our global social processes. What that means is that for us to say theoretically that we live in an unjust world immediately tells us that our very interactions are unjust. So within this context of quite a bit of justice, but also quite a large chunk of global injustice, we have the opportunity to see how well we're faring via the pandemic. So there's an extent to which the pandemic, it provides an opportunity for us to see how well we're doing with regards to globalization. How well do we cooperate? How well are we able to cooperate? How well are we able to allocate resources? How efficient were our resource allocation patterns before the pandemic happened? So the pandemic lands into a structurally unjust global system. The pandemic lands into a structurally unjust global system of production and consumption. And we can see this, for instance. So I'm going to take or give an example from Nigeria in comparison to other places. So I had the opportunity to visit Spain recently, right? And when we got the vaccines in Nigeria, or before we even got the vaccines in Nigeria, the cutoff age, the age of the elderly was 60. So I visited Spain recently, and nobody was talking about accessing vaccines because Spain's cutoff age is 85. So that shows that really, so another thing that has been said, sorry, before I go into that, another thing that has been discussed a lot is the question of why did African countries seem to fare better? Why did certain countries seem to do better? And one of the arguments or one of the propositions is that developing countries like Nigeria specifically has a very young population. And but you see, when we say all of these things, what does it add up to? What it adds up to for me is that in Nigeria is either you're dead, young, or rich relative to the population. The rich clause is that the people that have access to good health care have to have large bank balances. And we also notice that because in Nigeria, one of the things that has come up is that because the people that have survived past 60 tend to be rich people, the people that have died from the pandemic are the upper, belong to upper income brackets, which is really interesting. And I'm going to come back to this later because it does have implications. So vaccine hesitancy. One of the things that has happened with the vaccine is that we have a lot of hesitancy. People are reluctant to take the vaccine. Look at these numbers that I have put up here. So in the space of a month, Nigeria has only been able to administer less than 1 million doses. So why? False narrative, social media, built-in historical mistrust. I'm not going to go into the relationship that developing countries, particularly Black African countries, have with pharmaceutical companies. I think we're all peripherally aware of that. Nigeria, for instance, is 50% Islamic and 50% non-Islamic. So apparent Western Islamophobia, and don't forget that the OECD countries control global media. So any phobias they have will be transmitted in how they talk about communities. So if somebody has been saying derogatory things about you for 30 years, you'll probably not want to take a vaccine from them. And then there's also vaccine skepticism. So if this is a problem, what kind of problem is it? And whose problem is it to solve? How do we begin to address this type of challenge? So my presentation is targeted at policymakers, ethicists, and academics, and my central question is, what moral principles will move the global population closer to the ideal of greater health equity? So the way we think about ourselves is through concentric circles of care. There's me, looking out for myself, my immediate family, my community, the modern state, and the global community. So the further out I go in all of these circles, the less my moral obligations and even my expectations of care, the more it reduces, right? So my immediate family are presumed to owe me more attention, more care, more consideration than the global community. So, however, we have these contact nodes, right, that enable global embeddedness, interconnectedness, relationality. But I hold the position that this node, the mere fact that I have contact, does not automatically or necessarily generate solidarity or empathy. Now, why is solidarity and empathy important? Without solidarity and empathy, there is no way. So without solidarity, for instance, I am not going to trust what the other gives me, because my presumption is that this other is looking out for himself, sees me as a means, not as an end, lacks empathy for my situation. Now, the other side of that is that without solidarity, in a situation, for instance, of a pandemic, without solidarity, and where I do not trust the world enough to accept the so-called help or the perceived help or even their genuine help with regards to things like the vaccine, well, what that means is that we're all stuck where we are. We cannot make progress. So it is important to remember that connectedness does not automatically yield solidarity or the desire or inclination to care for distant or even proximate others. I want to see how I'm doing with time. Okay. So we now have this contradiction. I remember when we first started this group, we were really concerned about vaccine availability. That was our concern. We're like, so how will poor countries be able to attain vaccines? And the argument, and I remember I made that argument, was, look, make these vaccines available, because at the end of the day, how are we going to achieve global herd immunity? How are we going to, what does it matter if you have the vaccine, if other people don't have it? So we really have to change, the way we see ourselves. We have to contribute, cooperate a lot more. What I did not factor in was extreme vaccine hesitancy. The fact that even when the vaccine is available, it will not be taken. Now think about it. Population of 190 million people. Let us say, even if we say a quarter of those are adults, in a month, we only have less than 1 million people willing to take the vaccine and able to take the vaccine. And this includes essential workers. In Nigeria, even essential workers have refused. Health workers have refused to take the vaccine because we have this climate of mistrust, which is where I'm going to talk about this later. So if we do not reframe global relations in general and global health relations in particular, it will be difficult to generate the trust and solidarity needed to address this and future pandemics. And it's really scary. In the full version of this paper, I mentioned that we have a problem where our death rate is actually less than 5%, right? And we're still not able to get our act together. So what if we had a higher death rate? What if we had a higher mortality rate? It would have really, really been a problem, because mistrust is not developed in trust is not developed in a crisis. Solidarity is not developed in a crisis. Solidarity is a currency that you call on in a crisis. And because we have not built it up, we're in this situation where there's just this utter mistrust, and I don't know how we're going to solve the problem that we're facing right now. And if we had a more serious problem, it would have been even more of a challenge. So I'm proposing the ethics of care as an alternative. Alternative to what? Alternative to moral theories that make arguments that basically, to put it crudely, that are not grounded on care. For instance, assumptions of the rational individual entities, rational individual persons, rational individual communities or countries, right? The people that get up, or the thinking that every individual, or if you manage to get a group together, that you should go out there, seek for your own interest, look out for yourself, so long as you are not directly or deliberately harming the other. We need to move beyond that. We need to get to the point where we actually care about what happens to the other. And my proposal of ethics of care as an alternative should not be taken as touchy-feely. I am making an argument for the ethics of care, but a modified version of it, and I'll go into that later. So that is care as utility. I propose that care of the other should be presented not as a standalone prescriptive ethical theory, rather as the best means to protect myself and everyone else, right? So that means I've redefined the ethic of care with a utilitarian twist. So what are we trying to accomplish? We're trying to accomplish the well-being of, first of all, myself, my community. Remember the concentric circles. So how do I go about that? It is by making sure that the people around me trust me enough to cooperate with me. They trust me enough to know that we're on the same team, that we're rooting for the same team, that we're trying to achieve the same goals. And it is not, as they say, business as usual. It's not how we have run the world in the past, which was, well, we're all individuals, and if I'm stronger than you are, I'm just going to grab what will make my life better. Then I can explain myself to you later. We have to move beyond that paradigm. So my conclusion is that attitudes of solidarity, empathy, and care are not mere desiderata drawn from an idealistic wish list, but a necessary condition to collective global well-being. We're in a situation now where no country can be left behind, no community can be left behind, no society can be left behind, because any group left behind undermines the effort I am making. So care of the other no longer becomes something that, yeah, it would be nice to have, but if you don't have it, well, you go on. We're not there. And another thing we have to think about is the next pandemic, right? The next crisis. We have to develop ethical theories that will give us room, or will give us the opportunity or the ability to improve, to cooperate better and see the other in a different light. I've also emphasized that nodes of global connection and interaction have to be modified to generate solidarity and empathy. Right now, they do not. We just interact, we connect, we do it through the market. Are you buying my product? Are you interested in what I'm selling? That in itself does not generate solidarity and empathy. The terms of solidarity, or the kinds of interaction that generate solidarity and empathy, are a bit more deliberate, right? You actually go, you build it in deliberately. You just don't presume that because I have made contact with the other, it means that the other has developed feelings of solidarity for me. No, that is not how it works. So I'm suggesting that a modified ethic of care that is based on utilitarian principles, that is sold as for its usefulness, for how it brings us closer to preserving the world, preserving our lives, protecting us, keeping us healthy, for instance, because we're talking about health, but improves our well-being. If we modify the ethic of care and added the argument of utility, it will provide us with better tools to do this. I really do thank you for your attention, and I hope you continue to enjoy the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, indeed, and perfect timekeeping as well, which you organised before. What a provocative talk, and very original, I think, to think of linking care ethics and utilitarianism, which probably have been enemies for many people in the past. I'm sure we have a lot, both practically and in theory, to talk about. Now, also, the point you made, if I have it right, trust is not built in a crisis, I think is a very important lesson for us to be thinking about. So thank you so much. And let's move on now to Fiona Robinson. Fiona, I think you have slides to share with us, so let me pass over to you. Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Joe. Okay, thumbs up. Look at, okay, great. Well, thank you again. I'm really delighted to be here. I'd really like to thank the Independent Resource Group and especially Lisa Eckenweiler for inviting me to participate. and the Blavatnik School for hosting this wonderful conference. I was able to attend yesterday, and I thought it was really, really amazing. So this is the title of my talk. I'll just say a little bit about myself as I put the slide for the outline of my talk up so you can take a look at that. I'm professor of political science at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. My work focuses on ethical theory, critical theory, and feminist theory in the context of international relations. And in particular, I've spent the last several decades thinking and writing about the ethics of care in the context of international relations, focusing specifically on a range of things, global political economy, security, and maternal and child health. So hopefully you've had a chance in that minute to look at the outline of my talk. I'm not going to rehearse it. I'm just going to get straight to it. So in my remarks today, I use as my point of departure the Fair Priority for Residence framework, which was set out in an article in Foreign Policy on March 9th, 2021. And I do so not to criticize this article, which sets out a coherent and convincing argument about an extremely important question. Rather, I do so in order to illustrate the differences between the dominant global distributive justice paradigm and the approach that I will discuss today, a feminist global care ethic. So the article in question, written by a group of philosophers from global North countries, including the US, UK, Canada, and Australia, this article seeks to address what it describes as the central ethical dilemma of the pandemic. How many vaccine doses are countries permitted to secure for the purposes of immunizing their own residents before they are obligated to relinquish doses to other countries? In response, the authors propose what they describe as a, quote, novel framework to address that question, the FPR framework, which sets out the obligatory threshold for sharing vaccine doses at the point where deaths directly and indirectly caused by COVID-19 begin to resemble those from influenza. So specifically, they propose that governments have a duty to give, quote, fair priority to their residents when distributing vaccines in order to reduce COVID-19 related mortality to pre-crisis or flu risk levels. Once they have reached that point, however, their duty to assist people threatened by COVID-19 abroad outweighs their duty to further reduce mortality in their own countries. So, as I've mentioned, I use this article because, not because I have a particular problem with the argument, it's very well done, but because it provides what I see as a paradigmatic example of the dominant approach to thinking about global ethics generally, and global health ethics more specifically. Notably a distributive justice approach that is rules-based, rationalist, and universalist in the sense of providing a single principle which may be universally applied. A feminist ethic of care challenges these key assumptions. While there are many definitions of care and care ethics, on my view, an ethic of care is characterized by three key features: relationality, contextualism, and reflexivity. Briefly, feminist care ethics begins not with principles, but from practices of care, which give rise to an alternative moral thinking. On this view, moral subjects are not autonomous and abstract, but rather interdependent, embodied, vulnerable, and situated, embedded in relations of care and responsibility for others. Moral dilemmas are never neat, tidy, or hypothetical. Rather, moral agents struggle with how to act in the context of concrete relations with particular others, relations which are always power-laden and thus are political. Indeed, on this view, human dependence on care, as well as our capacity to respond with care, are a powerful site and source of politics, rather than a realm external to it. Care ethics challenges and resists binaries and boundaries which shape our thinking about morality, including the gendered public-private divide. Finally, care ethics requires the moral theorist or moral judge to reflect on her own positionality. The first step to doing so, as global ethicist Kim Hutchings has argued, is to recognize and acknowledge the moral imaginary that we in the global North take for granted. So there now exists a rich and robust literature on the ethics of care, which I don't have time to discuss, but I would be happy to talk about it more in the question and answer session. But a key resource for care ethicists is Carol Gilligan's influential book, In a Different Voice. which tells a story of a different way of thinking about ethics, one based on a non-hierarchical vision of human connection. Care ethics is thus part of a wider embrace of relationality in feminist theory and ethics, which understands morality as a socially embodied medium of mutual understanding and negotiation between people over their responsibility for things open to human care and response. Care ethics is, on my view, a feminist ethic, but not because caring is feminine. Indeed, it only appears this way when we are looking at it through the lens of the gender codes of patriarchal social orders. What I have called a critical ethics of care allows us to see how the feminization and degradation of practices and values of care are essential to the maintenance of gender hierarchies in societies. As Gilligan has put it, as long as human qualities are divided into masculine and feminine, we will be alienated from one another and from ourselves. So what are the differences between the FPR framework, distributive justice paradigm, and a global ethic of care? Well, the first point I take issue with is the claim that questions of global health justice must be addressed within the context of two competing philosophical outlooks, cosmopolitanism and nationalism. This dualism is widely used as a framework through which to address questions of global justice and international political theory more broadly. Much ink has been spilled in the attempts to reconcile this great antinomy, a dualism derived from the principle of state sovereignty, which collapses accounts of identity and ethics into an intractable logic of politics inside and ethics outside. On this view, ethics tends to be reduced to a singular problem that we can understand in terms of self-interest versus altruism. Care ethicists remind us that this is not the way in which morality actually operates in our real lives, where moral judgment is immersed in context and often related to a range of interconnected spheres and scales. To divide the world into inside the nation state on one hand and humanity as such on the other is to ignore the ways in which the contemporary world is constituted through myriad interconnections among persons and institutions. Feminist care ethics challenges this hierarchical understanding of identity and ethics in favor of an ontoepistemology of relationality. The second point I'd like to address concerns the limitations of the distributive model. From a care ethics perspective, moral judgments about who should get what according to which principle fail to take account of historical and ongoing unequal relations of power. Asking moral questions about which and how many resources income-rich states should be willing to give up to income-poor states in the name of justice is to engage in a kind of politics of forgetting. A care ethics perspective asks why debates in global ethics are preoccupied with the business of constructing principles to divide up resources to aid poor countries without recognizing the colonial and neo-colonial political economies that were largely responsible for global inequality in the first place. A relational reflexive global ethics that recognizes not only our historical but our contemporary interdependence and the material and socio-symbolic relations of power that inhere therein must inform our moral action. So to this end, we might ask, as was discussed in a very interesting way several times in the conference yesterday, why a number of income-rich countries, including the US, Canada, and the UK, are still blocking the proposed waiver, which would temporarily suspend the intellectual property rights for making vaccines and related medical tools and technologies until herd immunity is reached. This proposal, originally proposed by India and South Africa in October, is now officially backed, last time I checked, by 58 sponsoring governments with around 100 countries supporting the proposal overall. Detractors, not only the rich states like the US and Canada and the UK, but other detractors like Bill Gates, worry that this would diminish the financial incentive for companies to invest in future research and development. But it is now well known that the successful vaccine candidates were all based on critical breakthroughs made by public research laboratories and fast-tracked through generous funding by governments. This neoliberal logic of entrepreneurship and philanthrocapitalism uses benevolence to mask gross inequalities in the global political economy. While the World Bank is now offering a third way, this proposal focuses on licensing agreements within the existing framework rather than challenging the existing agreement on intellectual property. which serves to keep in place existing relations of economic power, denying millions the opportunity to receive potentially life-saving drugs, and in this case, COVID-19 vaccines. Care ethics, importantly, offers a direct challenge to the logic of neoliberalism, rejecting the disciplinary logics of individual economic empowerment and valuing the activities and practices of care. While the distribution of vaccines among nation states then is of course important, a care ethics perspective would reject the question that the just distribution of vaccines among countries is the central ethical dilemma of the pandemic. What about the distribution of vaccines within nation states, including settler colonial states like Canada, where Indigenous First Nations reside, or among the Arab minority in Israel, where there is widespread distrust of the government among Palestinian citizens of Israel and a lack of Arabic language outreach and education about the vaccine safety? And what about this issue of vaccine hesitancy among marginal groups, including, for example, PSWs, personal support workers, who work in long-term care homes in countries like Canada? These are very low income, racialized, often migrant women who lack confidence in public authorities to serve their interests and are seeking accountability. Examples such as these reveal how trust is an important moral resource for global health justice. On this point, we might learn from feminist peace researchers whose research on post-conflict societies has shown how everyday practices of care not only sustain life through direct acts of caregiving, but in various gendered ways involving caring human beings, they also sustain and help to build trust among and within communities. So these examples remind us that part of responding morally to others is about putting in some work. Care ethics thus involves caring to know, or what Lorraine Code calls epistemic responsibility, working to understand, assess, and engage with issues about the place of subjectivities in knowledge making. It is, she argues, about the ethics and politics of knowledge. Responding to others with care is difficult. It involves time, attentiveness, commitment, learning, listening, memory, patience. As Iris Murdoch has put it, it is a task to see the world as it is. Care is not a vague emotion, it is a deep moral commitment. Global health justice requires that we actively learn and listen to the ways that others are experiencing this pandemic. Oh, I think I'm behind on my slides. There we go. Through the lens of care, ethics then cannot be untangled from the exclusion and oppression that emerges through the gendered global political economy. Care ethics focuses our attention on the centrality of caring practices and responsibilities for sustaining households, communities, and economies, not only in times of moral crisis, but in the relentless everyday. One of the most significant developments of the pandemic has been the extent to which it has thrown back the curtain on gendered care work. Societies everywhere are confronted with previously hidden needs and demands of care in households, hospitals, schools, long-term care homes, in short, everywhere that we live our lives. Women, especially women of color and immigrant women, comprise the majority of nurses, childcare workers, and domestic workers, as well as unpaid care workers within the home. While gender relations at the micro level have been reimagined in many settings as a result of this pandemic, now is the time to push for change at the institutional level: universalized healthcare, childcare, elder care, parental leave, paid sick, and family leave. Our moral deliberations then must not be limited to the moment of crisis, but must consider wider spatial and temporal horizons. This means thinking about our relations, not only with the human world, but with the natural world, as well as our responsibilities to future generations. The work of care is not only life-sustaining, but also sustainable work. Jobs in the care economy deserve to be seen as green jobs, with the same protections, investments, and living wages as those in male-dominated workforces. An environmentally sustainable global care economy will be a crucial part of the project of building back better. And a final point I wish to make is that care ethics brings into focus what the United Nations has called COVID-19's shadow pandemic, domestic and gender-based violence. During this public health crisis, quarantine and lockdown measures, coupled with the stressors of unemployment and illness, have triggered increases in domestic violence around the world. Women, girls, and LGBTQI individuals are at greatest risk. In many countries, this is exacerbated by questions of race and indigeneity. Moreover, the impact of domestic and gender-based violence is compounded in countries already struggling with conflict and neoliberal economic policies that have weakened governance and health systems. This must be addressed as an issue of global health. That said, we must reject the attempts of international financial institutions like the World Bank to put a price tag on gender-based violence through their shockingly ableist system of dailies or disability-adjusted life years. Gender-based violence must be addressed because it reduces women's economic gender-based violence must be addressed not because it reduces women's economic productivity or is a drain on resources. A feminist care ethics reveals not only the feminization and degradation of the values and practices of care, but also the way that gendered, hierarchical, socio-political orders normalize violent masculinities and the alienation of men from caring responsibilities. The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us that we are embodied and not abstract, and that we are not autonomous, that giving and receiving care are fundamental to our human social existence. From a care ethics perspective, ethics is not only about finding universal moral principles to a small number of big questions, but about recognizing moral life as the relentless everyday juggling of a large number of questions, where we must struggle to find the best ways to attend to the needs of others and ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Fiona. Wonderful presentation. And out of full disclosure, I should say I'm part of the group with Zeke Emanuel who produced that work. And I think there's going to be a longer version, possibly with my name on as well. So we have much to discuss, I think, here about the details and what we might have done differently in the context of the current emergency. And can I just remind people that you can start putting your questions into the Q&A now. We will take all the questions after the three talks together. And there is a facility within the Q&A to upvote a question. So if a question has already been asked that you like the look of, or you would have asked, don't ask it again, but just put a sort of thumbs up to push it up the list. Anyone who's having trouble putting questions in the Q&A, they can put them in the chat and we can deal with them that way. But the Q&A is the first place. And so let me now pass over to Lisa. And Lisa, you've got slides to share, I think. So if you'd like to share your screen, and then I'll pass over to you to introduce yourself too. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Am I unmuted? I am. Terrific. So are you seeing my slide? Okay.
Yes. Would you mind just full screening? That's okay.
Okay, so here's my trick. How do I full screen as I reveal my limitations and see my notes at the same time? Is there a way?
Just do whatever works for you, I think.
So maybe this is not going to work for me in the end. Okay, so sorry, I should have set it up on another computer. Is this but it's big enough, yeah?
This is fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right, terrific. All right, so greetings everyone in whatever time zone we're coming to you in. Thank you so much for joining us. And without spending a lot of time on it, let me just again reiterate thanks to the Blavatnik School and Professor Wolf for hosting this. And sincere, heartfelt thanks to Sridhar Venkatapuram, who is our fearless leader with the Independent Resource Group for Global Health Justice. So just thanks for making all of this possible. I guess I didn't introduce myself yet. So I'm Lisa Eckenweiler, Professor of Philosophy at George Mason University, which is just outside DC in the United States. I'm also Vice President of the International Association of Bioethics, and honored and delighted to be a member of the Independent Resource Group. So for my presentation, I couldn't have envisioned a better order in setting me up for the talk I want to give. which tries to draw on care ethics to look at something that I've looked at previously, but from another sort of theoretical angle, using other sort of theoretical lenses. So I'm going to see how much traction I can get thinking about this problem from a care ethics perspective. I won't share the story with why I've been motivated to revisit this from the perspective of care ethics, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so the title of my talk is A Global Ecological Ethic of Care for Human Health / Care Resources, or Against Nationalism and for a More Relational, Cosmopolitan, maybe less colonial approach to human health and care resource cultivation. So if I put my notes here, can you still see my slides fine? I'm not obscuring my slides. Okay, great. Responding to the pandemic, economist Mariana Mazzucato observes, COVID-19 has very much sharpened our focus on what is of value in an economy. The areas we thought of as high value, finance and real estate, for example, are not foundational. Our most valuable, irreplaceable citizens are those who work in health and social care, echoing what Fiona has just said. Education, public transport, supermarkets, delivery services. Here, Mazzucato echoes political scientist Joan Tronto and fellow economist Nancy Fulbray, who highlighted a decade and a half ago that all of our existence and ultimately all of social organization and economic generativity rest on a foundation of reproductive and care labor that transforms helpless creatures into capable citizens, workers, and more sustains us day in and day out. In combating COVID-19, the health and long-term care systems of the world, our bodies, have been held valiantly, precariously in the hands of healthcare workers, including many migrant healthcare workers. The movement of human health resources around the world, a many decades old phenomenon, has been steadily increasing. The number of migrant doctors and nurses, typically from low and middle income countries, working within OECD countries, increased by 60% just in the last decade, a trend that has held even as they faced increasingly hostile immigration, labor, and social policies. As the pandemic unfurled, high-income countries were eager to retain these essential workers, to credential others waiting, and to welcome new migrants under rapid policy reforms in immigration and licensing. Health workers from China, Cuba, and Albania were brought to Italy. Syrians, Algerians, Venezuelans were swiftly credentialed in Germany, France, and Chile, where they had been long living. Migrant women who have long labored in the long-term care sector were on the front lines of COVID response, as were, for example, Black, Asian, and minority ethnic staff in the UK's National Health Service, and then Philippine nurses in the United States, who make up 40% of that workforce. These healthcare workers embrace duties to care in genuinely harrowing conditions: an absence of information and guidance, protective equipment and staffing, inadequate health insurance and other workplace benefits, fears of reprisal for requests or expressions of concern. All of this has been documented, in the media. And as a group, they have become ill and died in disproportionate numbers. Their families have been rendered vulnerable to illness, given cultural norms and often living conditions. Their precarity has also contributed to the spread of illness in communities, as in Quebec, whose long-term care system relies on the labor of asylum-seeking workers, for example, from Haiti, who are only able to work in temporary positions given immigration restrictions, so travel from job to job, and if they're sick, taking illness with them, in turn feeding stereotypes about migrants as carriers of disease. The global pandemic has laid bare the injustice, which I understand as structural injustice. I hope you were able to attend yesterday and hear the definition of that offered by Professor Ryo Chung following Iris Marion Young. So same way of understanding that here. The structural injustice suffered by these groups, not newly as a result of policy choices that undervalue their labor and are overtly hostile to their health and well-being. Meanwhile, source countries suffer, that is the countries from which these workers come, under the inequitable division of care labor in the form of human health and care resource shortages even as they endure significant disease burden and often needs for the care of aging populations. Matsukato again. Suffering is not inevitable for these groups any more so than any others. It is a policy choice. The pandemic has moreover made it abundantly clear that what might seem to be dispersed individuals and populations of people are densely connected, and indeed, here it is again, radically interdependent. The health of a farmer in a small village in China is interwoven with that of a banker in New York City. Doctors and nurses and care workers anywhere, the embodied practices, to quote Monique Lanois, that they offer are indispensable to the lives of the ill and the frail everywhere. So here I want to draw on key elements of care ethics, and thanks so much to Ndidi and Fiona for laying that out so elegantly. It's relational ontology, first of all, its epistemic commitments to situated reasoning and its requisite cognitive capacities, and propose that they guide a restructuring of future human health and care resource planning. A more just alternative, what I'm going to call the global ecological ethic of care, would have us see individual, public, and global health as interdependent, and would have us aim at cultivating and nurturing ecosystems of care. I think I made that term up, to enable people everywhere to have the capability to be healthy and to realize health justice. And if you haven't read our colleague Sridhar Venkatapuram's work on health justice, you should. I won't go into it, but that's the way I'm understanding this, right? That the structural injustice thwarts people's capability to be healthy and health justice. And we need to think about reconfiguring that from another sort of, and we need to think about what that tells us for how we ought to manage human health and care resources. Okay, so the first thing and then here I want to do is very quickly pass over what I'm calling the apparatus of human health and care resource migration, again, which I sort of understand through the lens of structural injustice. So the way things operate in really basic terms as I understand it. And, you know, I laid this out in a 2012 book, Long-Term Care, Globalization and Justice, that has to do with the migration of care workers for long-term care positions from low-income countries to high-income countries like the US, but lots of other people have done this analysis. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, just sort of quickly hit the high points. So how do things work now? Cynically, countries plan using a framework of nationalism. That is, they focus on the health and care needs of their own populations, even as the provisioning for health and long-term care positions relies on global sources. This sourcing typically involves what's been called the perverse subsidy of low and middle income countries educating and either exporting intentionally or otherwise witnessing an outward flow of their health workers toward employers in high income countries, all usually against a backdrop of colonialism, neoliberal economic policy, and potentially civil strife or conflict, and more climate change. This apparatus, which I interpret through the lens, again, of structural injustice, and more specifically, structural health vulnerabilities, picking up on some work of other colleagues, has the consequence of de-skilling, of de-skilling care workers, that is pressing them into positions below their level of training and education. So RNs registered nurses become nurses' aides or personal care assistants, for example, situating them in sometimes serious social, economic, and health precarity, and depleting and diminishing human health and care resources and other networks of care in source countries. Carers suffer, and the capability to be healthy is underprotected and inequitably distributed around the world. Okay, so what's the alternative? In my work on health justice, drawing on the philosopher Lorraine Code and others, I've argued for conceiving of people as ecological subjects. So this is how I understand interdependence, is thinking about us and also the policy space in ecological terms. So what do I mean by ecological subjects? Corporeal embodied forms of life situated in care relations, often unjust social structures, And also, and this is under attended to, Fiona sort of tipped her hat to it, particular atmospheric and material environs. Ecological subjects are creatures for whom, to quote Code, interdependence and locatedness are integral. So thinking about people as ecological subjects, first of all, better captures the scope of the claim for health justice by directing attention to the places in which people dwell, are cared for or not, and through which we navigate, like long-term care settings, other under-resourced care settings, borders, other sites of migration processing, humanitarian settings, workplaces, neighborhoods, and other kinds of topographies like coastal or desert environments. And more precisely, attending to the structures and the processes that threaten care relations and the capability to be healthy there. So situating us, right, ecologically. An account of subjects that sees us as situated in and traversing places, moreover, best reckons with the intersubjectivity of care and health and the thoroughness of our interdependence. We are constitutive of one another, in other words, and our respective capabilities to be healthy. Realists and other methods in social epidemiology have demonstrated the ways that place matters for health, and also the manner in which we, as embodied, embedded, and interdependent beings, dwell together in complex and causal relations of interdependence. We continually influence one another's health, even from afar, through our actions and interactions, including domestic, transnational, and institutional policy structures and processes related to the development, distribution, and the treatment of human health and care resources. So the significance of this relational and specifically ecological account of people and of health that foregrounds our emplacement and our interdependence for human health and care resource planning is that it compels us to examine, to quote Jane Bennett here, the extent to which all bodies are kin in the sense of inextricably enmeshed in a dense network of relations. She's not talking about the bodies of humans in her work. She's talking about the interdependence of all kinds of bodies, including non-human bodies. And I think there's more we need to think about there. But here, I'm just really thinking about the bodies of all we humans. But we also need to be thinking about, the bats and the trees and so on. But, in this case, I want to think about the extent to which bodies are kin, that is the bodies of those in need of care, all of us and carers. Also, to reassign value to carers proportional to their role in sustaining healthy societies, and to educate and distribute them in this network, not on the basis of nationalism / the ability to pay, but instead need and degree of vulnerability and fit. Okay, so more specifically, at the center of a global ecological ethic of care is a commitment, not to populations or states, but to our shared need for care, and in turn to those engaged in the embodied practices that sustain us. So I want to say this kind of cynical nationalism where we protect our own, but yet we do it relying on other countries' resources, as a principle for planning then, should be rejected in favor of a realistic reckoning with global interdependence, currently asymmetrical, inequitable interdependence, and our shared need for care, care that is responsive to need. So practically speaking, this calls, I want to say, for conceiving of human health and care resources as global public goods, something that we heard our colleague, Professor Sanjay Reddy, speak about yesterday, unbound by borders. So it seems to me that they meet the criteria of public goods. And I'm not an economist here, so this is a proposal. If they're not protected, people will continue to face serious harm. They are non-excludable and non-rivalrous, and their protection requires collective action. Second, bringing together that is practical, specific suggestion. Second, bringing a relational, ecological ontology together with situated reasoning. A global ecological ethic of care calls for remapping the world of health, not in terms of states, but in terms of ecosystems of care. In some of my other work, I talk about this ideal and practice of ethical placemaking. So this is connected to that. And if you want to go read more about that, that's great. But here I want to think about like health ecosystems and ecosystems of care, because I think that picks up a little better on this idea of ecological subjectivity. All right. So remapping the world of health, not in terms of states, but in terms of ecosystems of care, acknowledging that these are often overlapping and intersecting. These ecosystems could be construed in a variety of ways, according to promotive care, preventive care, curative care, chronic illness, palliative care, by life stage, by form of illness or disability, and in all instances, conceived as situated or emplaced in specific social and cultural settings and atmospheric/geographic locations. There's one sort of interesting example of this. It's called One Bioregion, One Health. It comes out of the One Health work. And there's I forgot the body of water, but it's a watershed. Maybe it's the Rio Grande, it's a watershed. And the watershed is the focus of analysis. And then it's the mosquitoes, and then where the mosquitoes go. And then so anyway, that's the framework. It's not Mexico or the United States or a state in Mexico, and let's say Texas, but instead the watershed is the focus of the analysis. So that I think is an interesting example of like a health ecosystem, not defined in terms of states. Okay, and then third, the mapping of ecosystems of care and the identification of needs within them, I want to say, should be conducted according to care theory's commitment to situated reasoning and the principle of epistemic justice. So privileging the perspectives of the people dwelling there, the caregivers and those in need of care. Someone has written about this from sort of an environmental ethics perspective and talked about what he calls bioregional narratives. So something like that. Thinking about, what do we need? How do we set the agenda? What kinds of care, health and care workers do we need? And letting those decisions be made from within those particular ecosystems. Let me hasten to add really quickly. I know I've been going back and forth between health care workers and care workers. That's really fuzzy and potentially, an analytical problem. But I just want to say that I don't want to press on a biomedical conception of care. I don't think we ought to be privileging health care workers quite to the extent that we do. So I want to say, getting care of all kinds, like from your mother, right, is the most important social determinant of health. So there's been some interesting work talking about more caring bureaucracies by a philosopher, Sophie Bergeau. So this is the kind of what I imagine to be a more caring and also just bureaucracy. Okay, so just quickly, what's the grounding for this? I'm not sure how I'm doing with my time, but probably right up against it. So in I think it's a 2018 paper on solidarity, I make an argument about the basis for solidarity being a particular kind of recognition, drawing on the work of lots of other people on solidarity and on recognition. So let me just quickly say what it is. I want to say that their basic recognition, right, involves just bare appreciation for this ontological approach of ecological subjectivity that I'm calling for, just recognizing that we are radically interdependent, right? I sneeze on you, you're sick. I buy more vaccines than you, and then you can't, right? We're connected in that way. And there, right, self-interest can accept or can motivate acceptance of responsibility. I don't love it, but I'm fine with it at the end of the day. What I call responsible recognition involves accepting responsibilities for contributing to injustice. So this is a relational justice sort of account here, right? And recognizes the ways in which we contribute to structural injustice. That is, we in high-income countries contribute to ongoing deprivation, to say the least, of people in low-income countries. So acknowledging our contribution to that is what I call responsible recognition. And we can liken this to some work, again, by Sophie Bergeau on the caring knower. This idea of epistemic responsibility, demanding recognition of our interdependence at minimum, but ultimately, ideally, of the social and institutional relations and structures that generate injustice to which we contribute. So final point, I said something about the need for collective action. So what I want to propose specifically is a global fund for human health and care resources. Don't ask me how to work that out, like in detailed economic terms. I'm just proposing that that we get away from the sort of state-based model and think about global governance, and that, you know, we all pay in, perhaps according, you know, to ability to pay, and degree to which we would be harmed by investing resources. Not very much, that is, for high-income countries. I'm going to leave it to the economists like Mariana Mazzucato and Nancy Fulbright and others to figure out how to rework, right, the economics of this. But it seems to me that there is no resource scarcity. It's just a matter of reimagining how we're cultivating and distributing those resources. I hope this is a nice link to the next panel, which is going to be on global institutions. This is the start of one I would like to see created. All right, that's all. Thank you so much.
Well, Lisa, thank you for another fascinating talk. I think we've really had 3 very thought-provoking sessions here. I don't know if others are seeing a screen. That's fine. We're back to normal presentation now.
There we go. Yeah.
That's great. So let me ask you then to, for the audience to put your questions into the Q&A. There was one that was asked right at the beginning from Peter Ekhane. And his question is, well, Peter says, my question is quite straightforward. In a world operating on the principles of self-interest, what can become the compelling basis to deploy an ethics of care in, say, global health discourse? So how can we make this practical, in other words? And Ndidi has typed an answer. I think her internet is still problematic. So let me read out the answer that she's got there. So Ndidi says, utility, particularly within a globalized world, you have to understand that if there was ever a world in which we could all flourish by being self-interested, it's not this one. This is the whole point of care. We got it and we're getting it wrong. I think what I would like to just add to that is the originality of Ndidi's position. I don't know what the other panelists think of this, because care ethics is often thought to be an opponent to all forms of sort of principled ethic. And although liberalism and Rawlsian theories of justice are the main target, utilitarianism is equally a target for care ethicists. And so to have this idea that actually if we're utilitarians, if we want to maximize the well-being of everyone, the thing to do is to do it via care ethics. So care ethics becomes almost like an indirect or raw utilitarianism, which is a very unusual way thinking about it, but it may be in the practical context a very good way of doing it, because there are many more utilitarians or people who are sympathetic to utilitarianism than care ethics among a certain group of people, of course, not among everyone. So anyway, I just put that out there. You might want to refer to that in your answers or not. But Fiona, do you have an answer to this question from Peter?
Yes, I do. And I would just say, I mean, and I don't want to speak for Ndidi, you know, but the way I read and listen to her presentation is not so much, you know, that she wants to merge care ethics with a kind of formal rule or act utilitarianism, but more that she just wants to make things better. You know, that, you know, and again, Ndidi, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the way I read your utility, like usefulness, like making things better, increasing people's well-being. So in that case, I would support it. I'm not sure we can read care ethics through utilitarianism as a moral theory. I would agree with what you were saying, Joe, that there might be some sort of real tensions there that would make that difficult. I'll just say really quickly in response to the question, the quite straightforward question, I would say that my answer is straightforward, which is that the world is not operating on the principles of self-interest. It's only operating that way, or it only looks like it is if you look at certain things. When you start looking at other things, you see that the world is actually supported by relations of care and responsiveness and attentiveness to the needs of others. That is there. It's just that we have a particular lens on when we look at the world, which allows us to not see that. What we see are the autonomous individuals in their cars, going to their offices, but what we don't see is what's happening underneath. And Annette Beyer calls this the submerged part of the iceberg, right? That we can't see because it's under the water. We only see the tip of the iceberg. So I would say that the world is operating on the basis of responsibilities of care, attentiveness, responsiveness to others. And I think I hear this a lot about care ethics. Oh, how are we ever going to operationalize this? My view is that we're already operationalizing it. And you could actually ask the same question about universal human rights as an ethical approach, or a Kantian cosmopolitanism. I mean, I think that's you could ask the same question. How are we going to operationalize that? So I would say care is operating all around us, and we need to break down boundaries in order to see it. Think more, I love Lisa's idea in terms of ecosystems of care that are multi-scalar, and think about what we can do to recognize and support these ecosystems of care. That would be my way of operationalizing.
Okay. Lisa, would you like to come in?
Well, I think Ndidi may want to say more. I know she was in the chat, but maybe she wants to put her voice to this. Just a really quick point. The way I heard it and the way I have come to think about it, I'm trying to really get away from this idea of affect or compassion as the motivator for solidarity. But that's what I would like to see, but I'm not that optimistic right now anyway, given what I have seen. So, in my no longer young age. So, what I want to push for and what I think Ndidi is saying, says I hear it, right, is that it's not so much caring for each other, it's caring about the fact that we are interdependent. And so, that's where the self-interest thing comes in. You just have to care that you're connected to other people, right? Like, and acknowledging that. So while I would, like there to be felt concern for others, especially vulnerable others, that's just, not where we are. And I also have been motivated, I guess, inspired is not the word. I've been convinced, I guess, by the work of Ryo Chung, right, in international relations theory and sort of like realism, but also the work of Peter West Oram, who, I don't know if he's here today, he was here yesterday, who has a lovely paper out on self-interest to solidarity, and infectious disease is the focus there. So his argument, is if you only care about yourself, right, you need to care about the infectious diseases. I think he's focusing on migrants, that like TB, for example, in humanitarian settings. So if you only care about yourself, you should care about that, right? Like that makes you vulnerable. And then, right, to me, what I want to insert, is self-interest and then caring for interdependence. And then we get to solidarity and justice.
Didi, are you able to join in?
Yeah, I can just say a few words, but guys, please forgive me if it breaks up. Fiona, I agree with you, but I agree with you in the direction of that is the injustice embedded in global relations is the reason why, despite the fact that the larger part of the iceberg, 90% of it holds up the 10%, 90% is hidden. And because it is hidden, it's not as if, I'm not trying to say it's not there, but it is hidden precisely because part of the injustice is an epistemic injustice where we deliberately deliberately pretend that we did not recognize that our presence here is because we are being cared for, if only emotionally, right? So all of us sitting here, if our personal relationships fell apart, we would cancel. We would not present here, right? It doesn't matter what gender we are. Okay, am I frozen?
No, you're good. You're good.
Am I still there? Oh, I'm gone. Okay.
No. Okay, so you're,
okay, so and Lisa, yes, I do agree with you totally. The functionality, so I'm also talking about, am I still there? Please just tell me when I go off or type it up or something. Am I there or are we frozen out? I think I'm gone. Okay, whatever, I'll chat.
okay, obviously we were hearing you and Didi, but I think probably you were not hearing us. So it seemed all a little bit strange. So let us come back to that.
Okay.
But
so I think it's back now. Or is it on? Okay. Oh, I was working at my end. Oh, it was working at your end. It's you guys. So I agree with Lisa. I agree with Lisa as well. And the idea is, how do you present the ethic of care as an alternative? As somebody asked, in a world where that is not what we know, that is not how we've been raised, and that is not how we understand ourselves. We really have to present it, even if it's just to sell it, by emphasizing the utility of it. I guess that's where I was going. That's where my idea, that's how I would reframe the idea. Okay. But I'll stop now. I haven't, you guys can hear me.
Okay, thanks so much. We heard you very clearly, so that was excellent. So let me go to the next question, which comes from Paul Nyman, who says, is there a worry that focusing on trust, as the second talk does, may replicate colonial patterns? Trust us, we know what's best for you. In contrast to the first talk's focus on solidarity connected to utility, which might promote a working together. Or should we see both values as interconnected, one necessary to produce the other? So question, I think really for you, Fiona, have you overdone trust? Does it backfire, turn us to colonialism?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I didn't mean to really focus on trust as the primary value of a care ethic, although I did certainly mention it. I think that a lot of values and behaviors can replicate colonial patterns if we're not careful. And Joan Tronto in her work talks about the dangers of paternalism and parochialism when thinking about care ethics and trying to operationalize care ethics. So these are always things to be considered. When I tried to use the analogy or to think about the work on care ethics done by feminist peace researchers, their focus on caring practices in that context and the building of trust, I think would not have been in danger of doing that, because what they're focusing on is the way women, especially in the grassroots communities, through their caring practices, build up their communities from the bottom up in a post-conflict situation. So it's that kind of trust I'm thinking about. But again, I don't wish to emphasize it over, the other things I mentioned, like attentiveness, responsiveness, patience, listening. All of those other things are an important values of care.
Okay, so I can't resist, Fiona, going back to your starting point on that paper about vaccine nationalism and the limits to vaccine nationalism. So the driving point of that paper was observing a world in which countries were hoarding vaccines, but also feeling slightly guilty about it and making noises about sharing without doing very much. And so then there's a question about the intervention point here, that if nothing is said, then perhaps countries will drift into even greater nationalism. If we took as it were the problematic, we're in this situation now, we would much rather not be in this situation, but is there something helpful we can say that will perhaps get nations sharing the vaccines earlier than they might otherwise would have done? I mean, do I take it from you, we we were asking the wrong question, or we were already too far complicit with an unjust world to be drawn in there?
Maybe a little bit. I don't say it's the wrong question. I took issue with the most important question. It seems that often the kind of global justice paradigm can bracket all what it sees as background noise and ask these sort of distributive justice questions. And it seems to me not enough. And it's a bit reductive. But it's care ethics is more messy and complex. So it's difficult to write a nice, neat, short paper about it. And principles are things that we like to hang on to. But I do also worry about the idea that there are only two frameworks. There's nationalism or cosmopolitanism, because I think that actually reinscribes this thinking that there's a politics for inside and something else for outside. But if we think in a more multi-scalar way, we move past that dichotomy or boundary.
Okay, so that's really interesting. I mean, something that occurred to me as you were talking about the things you're saying, I didn't entirely recognize in the paper, and then I remembered that journals like Foreign Affairs partially rewrite your paper for you,
right.
to make it a bit more dramatic, perhaps.
Right. Okay.
You might have done yourself. So it'd be quite interesting to see at what point some of those bolder claims about the paper came. Sorry, I don't want to hijack this. It's just very interesting because you see yourself absolutely in these dilemmas. Because if you want to address the questions in a way, you have to accept other people's framings. Whereas if you don't, you say, well, we don't want to start from here, this is the wrong question, then you're marginalizing yourself from the debate. Yeah. Maybe that's okay, but this is a debate where lives are at stake. So it's quite a difficult challenge. So I should go back to the questions. Sorry for taking it back. There's one from Marsha and Andy, which I'm just going to shorten. Which says, roughly speaking, we agree that the wealthy 10% of the world are in this hyper-privileged position. We're probably causing most of the damage to the climate and hoarding resources. But almost everyone probably on this call is in that 10%. Certainly, I expect the speakers are in the 10% of the global wealth. What should we be doing to try to address those injustices? Is there something, or the question says, are we who are morally amongst the world's wealthiest 10% prepared openly to organize fiercely against the world's wealthy and for better distribution of the globe's increasingly scarce resources? Lisa.
So I really appreciate that question, and I want to say two things. First, there's a terrific paper by Jan Christoph Heilinger, who I don't think is here with us today, who was most recently in Munich at Ludwig Maximilian's University. And he's got a lovely paper on individual responsibility for global structural injustice. So I recommend that to everyone. It's on my reading list as well. I would tell you what he argued. The other thing I want to say, in a paper that I wrote, it's a book chapter on, it's like a Rutledge companion to bioethics. And it specifically looks at the responsibility of family caregivers for injustices against migrant care workers. And this is how I came into this, right? Because I took care of my grandmother for 3 years or organized her care, but other people were doing the day in, day out stuff. And that generated, a significant body of work for me, and a lot of thinking. And part of it was, okay, well, how am I situated in all of this? And so what I argued is, that we're responsible for, in the same way as Iris Merritt Young talks about, how do we distribute responsibility? Well, according to capacity, privilege, connectedness to power, and so on. So, what I argued was that someone like me has responsibilities to advocate for paid family leave in my country so that I could be less reliant on the work of a migrant woman, right? And I can still do my job, but not exploiting or participating in the exploitation of someone in the process. And also at the same time, advocate for immigration kinds of reforms that and better working conditions for people in long-term care So in the argument I made, it's, be engaged in political activism, as well as writing and all the other kinds of things you can do to raise awareness of the problem and try to change the structures that you are connected to and through which you're contributing to global injustice, unintentionally, indirectly, but nevertheless, you have unclean hands.
I'm going to read out Ndidi's comment before I get to you, Fiona. So Ndidi says, like a form of class suicide? I would like to add that the population of the Chinese and Indian middle class are more than the entire Western Europe, so it will get worse. So in other words, a natural development will be more people will be, well, we've even seen this, I think, in China. More people in China eating meat has had a huge effect on the environment. Maybe we won't have that same problem in India, but we'll have analogous ones. So yeah, the problem is on its way to getting worse. Hey, if I could summarize, Lisa, something you said, that in public health, there's a mantra, it's rather like nudge systems, which says in public health, it says, make the easy choice the healthy choice. And I think what you've been arguing is, make the just choice. We need structures that make the just choice the easy choice. Because at the moment, it's very hard, it's very costly, personally, for people to do the right thing very often. So if we can use our imagination so that our individual incentives link up with justice, then we have some chance of making a better world. What that would mean in practice, means it takes a lot of imagination. Fiona.
Yeah, I would just say on the question about, now I've lost it. Oh, is it because it's answered already?
It's in the answered one, about the top, okay. About the 10%.
Yes, about that. Yeah. I would say that, I think of care ethics or care as a, wait, let me put it the other way around. I think that the sort of the ideas behind our highly unequal neoliberal forms of global capitalism depend on the degrading, feminizing, and silencing of care. The values of care, of relationality, the practices of care, the work of care, those things must be sidelined, degraded, seen as not important. So I think that once we start to value the work of care, the attentiveness to others that we see, and I really have to say, I said it in my talk, but I have to say that this is a gender question, right? I mean, it's a lot of other kinds of questions as well, racial, but it is importantly a gender question. And I do see that we're starting to recognize the gendered nature of our economy, our global political economy. And we're starting to recognize the value of care as a result of this pandemic. So I see care ethics as challenging that way of valuing. And feminist economists that Lisa mentioned have for years talked about the pros and cons of trying to put a number value, monetary value on women's unpaid care labor. And the problem with that is that's kind of wacky, right? Because care isn't just about labor in the same way as other kinds of work. The problem is that we don't have any other way of valuing the things we do in the world. So in short, I think that care ethics can really challenge the highly unequal global political economy we have in the way I described.
Okay, so we're now very short of time, and we do have a few more questions, but there's one from Lydia Amanzu, which I would just like to put out there, which is, well, Lydia puts it, what ethnic measures, I don't know how important the ethnic idea is, but what ethnic measures can developed and developing countries put in place to create trust among each other, even as we look to advance global health? So that is a huge question, and we have almost no time. But does anyone have anything that they can say quickly about what measures we might be able to put in place to help build or rebuild trust?
Nothing that I can articulate in the short time. It's a very complex question. Nothing comes to mind that is simple enough to, because this is like an umbrella question.
Yeah.
You know, you don't do policy piecemeal. There's a logic to it. There's a logic to where we are now, right?
Yeah. So there's an old conservative argument that says that institutions they take a long time to build up and can be destroyed very rapidly. So we need to be very careful about them. Now, you may whatever you think about institutions, the same seems to be true about trust. The trust takes a lot to build up and can be destroyed very rapidly. So that seems to mean that we need to do two things. So one is to have like a preventative health to stop trust being eroded, because when it starts eroding, it erodes very quickly and it's hard to repair. So maybe we ought to be thinking about those areas where trust is maintained still, and thinking about what we can do to strengthen those areas rather than, and also that may give us some hints, it may not, on how we can build up trust. Okay, so I think this draws our session to a close. So let me thank the panelists in particular, and Jamie for arranging our technology that's brought Ndini's talk to us, and also participants in those past questions. We will be back in 15 minutes for the next session on future directions in global health institutions. In the meantime, just to warn the panelists, our camera, we can still be heard by everyone. It's like a real life conference, so there's no hiding away here. And so if you don't want to be heard or seen for the next 15 minutes, turn your cameras and microphones off. But those on the next panel, so that's Lisa and Nicole and Falani when he arrives, maybe we should just stay on for a second. But that's the end of the first panel. Thanks to everyone.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so look, I think probably we're all fairly comfortable with what we need to do here for the next panel. Are you okay, Lisa?
I'm good, yeah. So are you going to come back on and say anything, or is it just straight to me?
I think if we do it straight to you, if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you guys explain how we share a screen? I'm sorry, because I don't see that option. Oh, yep. Wait, there we are.
Down there on the bottom in the usual place.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a shot just to see if this works.
And I'm gonna follow what we've said as our tradition and let the two of you introduce yourselves. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
And we have Falani now, I think. Are you there, Falani? I can see your name.
So just joining on audio.
Okay.
You guys saw my screen when I tried to share, right?
Yeah, it was all good, Nicole. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So we finish officially, we said 1 today? Is that 1 and 7 for you? Is that correct?
No, so for us, we start this session at 3:45, so 14 minutes time. That goes up to 7:15.
Okay.
And then the final sessions, there's one from 5:30 to 6, and then a closing session 6 to 6:30. I think Jamie's just put it in the chat. He's put the.
So I was fine until daylight savings time, and then I'm like, I've lost all orientation. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I may have to miss the last thing, but we'll see.
So Falani, are you there with us?
Good afternoon. So pronounced without pronounced Pilani.
Pilani, thank you.
Yeah. Silent
Pilani.
H.
Pilani. Of course. I always get this wrong. I always think African names are pronounced like French names or something.
It's a Zulu name, so you know it's so all the laws do not apply to it.
Will you pronounce your last name?
Mthembu.
Matembu.
Yes.
Very good, Lisa. Okay, so Pilani, do you have slides as well?
No, I don't have slides.
That's great. So no technical problems. Jamie, how does the picture look to you for Pilani? It's a bit.
I've just sent a message.
There's this bright. I'm just gonna see if I
you
can
have
get
a blind or anything, you'd be able to draw slightly. Just,
Okay, that's a lot
or
better.
even just.
I'll change the angle. I hope this would have gone down in the next 15 minutes, but if it doesn't, I'll just keep the angle like this.
But you're good. You're very good like that. That's fine.
All right, perfect.
Okay. So Lisa is chairing our session.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hi, Lisa.
And then Nicole will be the first speaker. You'll be second, and then I'll be the third. As you know, we're aiming for a maximum of 20 minutes each. And
15 is fine.
Good. And
You
that will
say
be
that now.
Yeah.
No, but you have to motivate yourself. 15 is fine. 15 is fine.
Okay, great. All right. So I'm just going to have a quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes before we get started. Okay.
Same.
Perfect. I'll
Be right
also
back.
just put my video off and then I'll switch it back on.
Well, is it, you said Pilani?
Sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you're in South Africa or?
Yes, South
Okay.
Africa.
Cool. All right.
And where are you based, Nicole?
I'm upstate New York in Ithaca.
Ah, okay.
So it must be an inconvenient time there.
No, it's actually good here. It's because it's sort of like end of the day. So yeah, late afternoon. So it's all right.
Okay. Yeah. So hard to know what time it is anywhere these days.
Well, these days you have to be in all time zones because your meetings are just from one to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're just in South Africa. You're just 1 hour ahead of us, I think, at the moment. But
Right now, just 1 hour. Yeah.
I only know that because I'm meant to be speaking in Cape Town next week. So,
okay.
but now you speak to rather than in.
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah. Normally we would be 2 hours ahead, I think. But yeah. Mm.
For British summertime. So cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish we would get a good introduction to each person, just because I'm curious to learn more about the Institute for Global Dialogue that you're part of. So look it up.
You are going to get that chance.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here, Nicole. I'm just going to let everybody introduce themselves as we've been doing. It's much nicer that way, I think. And it's also nice, the sort of simple introduction, rather than, so-and-so is the hubba of hubba. Talk about like the inequities get just really annoying, as well as the time suck. So it's sort of nice.
Yeah.
So Joe, I'm waiting for, is it Jamie? Yeah.
Give us the instruction.
Yeah, give me the light or something.
Are you with us, Jamie? Yeah, he said, so he's put something in the chat. Have you seen the record lights will go on?
On the 45.
Right.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, greetings, everyone. Welcome back, whichever the case may be, to the second panel of our second day of the Global Health Justice Conference being hosted by the Blavatnik School of Government at Oxford and organized by the Independent Resource Group for Global Health Justice. If you were just in the last session, you already know that I'm Lisa Eckenweiler. So hello, if you don't know that. I'm going to be chairing this session. And before I just quickly let the panelists introduce themselves, I just wanted to remind everyone, this is our last panel of the day, but following this, and you all have access to the schedule, so I'm not going to give you the times because they may or may not be relevant to exactly where you are, but we do have another, we have a keynote speaker following this panel and a break. And then also there's a closing session, which is at 6 p.m. UK time. So this is a long way from the end of the fun. So I hope that you'll be able to join us for as much of this as possible. So with no further ado, let me welcome you to this second panel on future directions in global health institutions. We have 3 speakers, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves in the following order. We have Nicole Hassoun, Pilani Mutembu, and Professor Joe Wolf. I believe I got the order on that wrong. No, I didn't. Nicole, yes. Nicole Hassoun, Pilani Mutembu, and Joe Wolf.
Do we introduce ourselves and then proceed to the talk? Okay. I will then just share my screen and say I'm delighted to be here. Thanks so much to everyone for organizing, both URGE and Oxford. I am a professor of philosophy at Binghamton University and a visiting scholar at Cornell. But I'll introduce also my co-authors, Kaushik Basu, who is also at Cornell, but was the former chief economist of India and the World Bank, and Larry Gostin, who is the director at Georgetown of the O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law. And sadly, they are not here today, but I will be talking about our paper. So with that said, the World Health Organization issued a solidarity call to action for equitable global access to COVID-19 technologies at the start of the pandemic. The Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, or the ACT-A, is the primary component of our global response. While innovative, our paper argues that the plan is inadequate and proposes a new global response plan to better prepare for and address pandemics, including COVID. So I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But it's first worth stepping back and looking at the coronavirus pandemic in context. As we wrote these words, 2.6 million people had died of the global pandemic. And some estimates suggest it'll cost the world a total of $28 trillion. But it's not a major pandemic. In terms of lives lost, the 1918 flu cost 50 million lives. And AIDS and smallpox pandemics have killed 25 and 50 million people, respectively. So better pandemic preparedness and response is essential for protecting even people in the world's richest countries, as drug resistance and climate change threaten to increase the speed with which we must address and respond to pandemics. And doing so, implementing a good response plan is essential for respecting, protecting, and fulfilling everybody's human rights to health. Our paper begins with a little bit of game theory to motivate the need for a global response to the pandemic. So we suppose that there's at least two high-income countries who have a payoff function that's defined as follows. So suppose that countries can do one of two things, right? They can either vaccinate their own citizens and focus on a very nationalistic strategy, producing and buying up large amounts of vaccines. And we label that strategy N for nationalist. Or they can contribute to a global effort to provide vaccines for everyone, including low and middle income countries, and endorse a strategy we call G for global. So we use P to represent the payoff function of a country, I, and we suggest that if all countries embrace the global strategy, the payoff will equal X. If countries all embrace a nationalistic strategy, then the payoff is Y. And if the one country we're considering embraces a global strategy, but all the other countries embrace a nationalistic strategy, the payoff is Z. So we think it's reasonable to assume that X is going to be better, the global strategy, than the nationalistic strategy, which will be better for that individual country than cooperating and trying to get the global strategy in place when other countries are not cooperating. So in essence, what we're saying is that if all advanced economies choose to share vaccines with poorer economies, that is choose G, each is going to be better off than if no one shared vaccines, that is they all were nationalistic. And the reason for this is increasingly clear. As the virus keeps mutating, new strains will make an appearance, and short of a total travel ban, this can have a devastating economic cost. And basically, we need a concerted effort by virtually all economies to cooperate to produce and distribute vaccines around the world. Delayed vaccination increases the risk of virus mutation, reduces our ability to control the virus, even in rich countries that have the vaccine. Okay, we leave this payoff function incomplete though, because we don't know really what the value of would be in the following case. If every other nation embraced a nationalistic policy and one was generous and global, we're going to say that's not in countries' self-interest. But what would happen if things went the other way? So if all other nations chose to be global and your nation chose to be nationalistic. So we have deliberately, again, kept this payoff function vague, but let's call that possibility, the payoff in that possibility W. Then if the payoff in that possibility in W is greater than the payoff in X, which again is when all countries cooperate, what we are in is what's called a prisoner's dilemma. And that's a hard situation where it's always in the interest of the rich countries to defect and be nationalistic, despite there being global cooperation in a certain sense. On the other hand, if the payoff for defecting is less than the payoff they get if everybody cooperates, we're in what's called an assurance game, and getting global cooperation will be a bit easy. So to illustrate this, suppose there's only two countries, we'll call them row and column, okay? Where row gets the first payoff in each of these boxes and column gets the second payoff. What we've specified is a payoff function that fulfills the kind of criteria mentioned a couple slides ago, where global cooperation is the most beneficial, nationalism is less beneficial, and it's not good for one country to go global while everyone else is going national. And so we have for that least desirable option 6 and then 8 for the global cooperation. And what we see here is that everyone choosing a nationalistic strategy is clearly what economists call a national equilibrium. That is, no country unilaterally has reason to deflect and say choose a global strategy because they'll do worse. And so we get 4 rather than 6 in that case. We don't know if G is a equilibrium. So that's depending again on the value of W. If W is greater than 8, then each country has a reason to defect and then choose a nationalistic strategy, even when others are choosing the global strategy. But if it's less than 8, then they'll stick with the global strategy. In either case, all the nations acting in concert can deliver benefits to every one of them. And we think that there's reasons to have a global cooperative agreement. So if we're in a prisoner's dilemma situation, we clearly need one to sustain global cooperation. But what's clear is that it's a better situation to get to 8-8 than to get to 6-6. And so even if we're in an assurance game, or we don't know, a global agreement wouldn't hurt. And so we should have one, right? And that's the argument. Okay, so now turning to the actual global response, which is an attempt to provide a global agreement through, again, the ACT-A accelerator, which includes funding for a variety of different things. We think we need to enhance this response. And so the ACT-A currently includes funding for diagnostic, vaccines, therapeutics, health systems, and a country allocation and access work stream, which is new. But we think that not only should we enhance the funding for these different work streams, especially those that, unlike the vaccines pillar or what's called COVAX, are underfunded for sure. We also need to pay attention to the economic consequences of the pandemic and ensure that there's adequate support for poor countries in addressing those. Moreover, we think we need to do more for preparedness for pandemics and addressing the structural inequalities that people have been talking about at the conference. And so I'll talk a little bit about those 2 new work streams or pillars that we would propose incorporating into the ACT-A, and which in a revised version we call the pandemic, the ACT-A, okay? But one of the things we would also suggest is really focusing on that vaccines arm, I guess under 2 here, and changing it a little bit. And so I'll talk about how we would change it in order to generate more funding, both for vaccine distribution, but also for increasing our efforts through those other arms of what's currently called the ACT-A. So first, rather than allowing companies to compete for limited manufacturing capacity, driving up prices and delaying productions of new vaccines, we propose rewarding companies for new innovations potentially through advanced market commitments like those in COVAX. But offering rewards that would be sufficient to compensate for research and development costs and perhaps to support new research and development, which is expensive. We need to have more data from companies on those costs. So we would require companies to make that data available. And then we would propose rewarding companies based on the global health impacts of their technologies. So providing rewards sufficient to cover costs, but that are tailored to the health consequences of the technologies. And this is important when we consider expanding the COVAX initiative to become the Pandemic Open Vaccine Access Accelerator, or COVAX, because we want to be able to address many different global health threats, and some of those may be more significant than others. Rewarding companies based on the health impacts of their technologies, and there's good ways of evaluating that health impact. is important for delinking companies' profits from sales value and tying them to the health consequences instead, the positive health consequences instead. I mentioned already the data component, but we also think that we should share our data much more broadly. So we propose that countries embrace an agreement like the CTAP agreement that's backed by an appropriate enforcement mechanism to require companies and other organizations to share research and development data that can greatly speed up the production of new vaccines and other essential medical technology potentially. We can do so partly through patent pools. So it's important not only to share intellectual property, but also knowledge, technology, and data that's not under patent, like trade secrets that can greatly hinder the global response. But patent pools are agreements to share research and development data, creating a collaborative rather than competitive research and development system. Historical evidence suggests that they can be quite effective. So consider just the medicines patent pool that allows companies to pool patents for AIDS, hepatitis C, and tuberculosis. It's helped greatly expand generic production, reduce prices, and ensure access to essential medicines. For HIV alone, in 2016 and 2017, the medicines patent pool estimates that it's helped countries save more than $670 million. The third component of our revised COVAX or POVAX proposal is that we require companies to allow generic competition to enter the scheme. This medicines cost as well as increase access. About 80% of our global manufacturing capacity is in the generic sector, and generic competition often reduces drug costs. So rather than letting patent holding companies compete for manufacturing capacity, allowing generic companies to sell their products as well will reduce the transaction costs and greatly reduce the consumers' costs. Finally, we propose that countries commit to purchasing vaccines only through POVAX and fully funding the provision of the resulting products for all in a timely and equitable manner. So the key to the proposal's success is for all countries to commit to fully funding the initiative and ensuring that purchases are made only through the initiative. POVAX can help coordinate global distribution and set prices sufficient to recoup investments in rich countries while subsidizing production in poor countries. Right now, countries are driving up prices by making bilateral deals with companies to secure scarce supply. So the return on investments to health by instituting the POVAX scheme are likely quite significant. Even just considering the economic costs, some estimate that the COVID crisis is costing the world $375 billion monthly and will cost $8.5 trillion over the next 2 years. So if you can reduce the time period to develop new technologies and vaccines, you could greatly save money. Others suggest that bilateral deals and competition for scarce vaccines alone will cost the world $1.2 trillion. So all of us don't need to be paying $60 for a COVID vaccine, which we are in some rich countries, without using that money to recoup investments and help others access it. Speeding up the production again by a few months by sharing research and development data, reducing transaction and other costs, and implementing alternative reward mechanisms and collective bargaining through POVAX will likely make the global collaboration for open access research and development highly cost effective, reducing competition globally for a global public good. All right. So I want to return for a moment to the general proposal. Because beyond COVAX, it's really important that countries support the other proposed branches of the APDA. So not only increasing the amount of support we're providing for diagnostics, therapeutics, access, and basic health systems pillars or work streams, but also embracing the new pillars that we're going to propose. I personally think that the basic health systems and equitable access are important for global vaccine distribution because it's not enough to produce a vaccine. It has to be manufactured, distributed, and consumed around the world. So it's essential to provide sufficient funding for adequate manufacturing, transportation, and distribution, as well as healthcare workers and infrastructure to administer the vaccines and to address and prevent pandemic diseases everywhere. But countries and their inhabitants require economic support in the interim. And we propose this economic support pillar or work stream in collaboration with international financial institutions, including the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, and regional development banks. Because although we've responded in some ways in rich countries to provide economic support for people, Poor countries often are suffering under extreme debts and require international aid, perhaps supported by special drawing rights for unconditional interest-free loans, so that they can provide the same kinds of economic support to people in pandemic times. We also need to limit pandemic's negative consequences in the future by addressing the social and structural determinants of health. Members of marginalized communities are often most at risk in health emergencies due to pre-existing health inequalities and access to health and other resources, opportunities, institutions, and structural injustice. So we're proposing a preparation pillar or work stream to combat these inequities and otherwise prepare for future pandemics that, with the advent of climate change and growing drug resistance, will surely come our way. As part of the preparation pillar, it's essential to engage members of underrepresented groups in implementing laws, policies, and practices to address these inequities. Public health is a global public good. Protecting it requires solidarity and international cooperation. Beyond solidarity, we believe that countries should support the APTE and COVAX to adequately prepare for and respond to new pandemics out of concern for respecting, protecting, and fulfilling human rights. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Article 12, specifies that individuals have a human right to health. We believe that everyone should have this legally secured right to health and to the socially controllable determinants of health, even though not all states have ratified the covenant. Because the right protects individuals' ability to live dignified, or what I call minimally good lives. And I'm happy to talk more about the legal context for supporting the agreement and discussion. Right now, wealthy nations have bought most of the world's COVID-19 vaccine supply, despite having a small proportion of the global population, leaving many countries without access to any vaccines at all. And even those who can access the vaccines often lack other things they need to combat the virus effectively. Future pandemics may prove much more devastating without global cooperation. We've argued that we can greatly speed up research development and provision of new vaccines at low prices if every high-income country joins and fully supports an enhanced version of the WHO's ACT-A that we call the Access to Pandemic Tools Accelerator, or APT-A, to address structural inequalities and expand economic support for poor countries, as well as provide more funding for vaccines, diagnostics, treatments, and basic health systems. Part of our proposal is a permanent, but also better and more sustainable version of COVAX, which we term POVAX, or Pandemic Open Vaccine Access Accelerator. POVAX requires implementing alternative reward mechanisms for new vaccines, companies to pool intellectual property and other data to speed up research and development, allowing low-cost generic production, as well as implementing measures to ensure equitable distribution of resulting products. Only by working together can we overcome the kind of vaccine nationalism undermining our current global response plans and adequately address and prevent future pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Hassoun. So we're gonna, just as a reminder, take all of the questions at the end. So if you're percolating some, you can start typing them into the Q&A box to save them for later. All right, with that, thank you very much. Let me turn to our second presenter, Pilani Mthembu, and let him first introduce himself and then offer his presentation.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and thank you to the organizers. My name is Pilani Mthembu. I'm the head of the Institute for Global Dialogue, which is a foreign policy think tank in South Africa, based in Pretoria. I think we do, we do a lot of work related to sort of multiple track diplomacy. So state actors, think tanks, academia, but also civil society and grassroots movements. And I think we try to straddle all of those particular diplomatic tracks, if I could put it that way. What I'm going to be doing, I think, basically following on from Nicole, and I think it flows quite well from the points that she left off, is I'm going to take let's say, if I, talking broadly about rethinking global health justice in the age of pandemics, there's essentially 5 areas that I'm going to be focusing on. The first one is really around challenges that were exposed by the pandemic, particularly for Africa and the global South. Second point is around the connections between health and development. And really here, the nexus between health, economy, and ecology. And then the third point is really assessing the global calls for health justice, particularly with regards the WTO, the growing calls for the waiver related to intellectual property rights. The fourth point I'm going to touch on is really about building resilience and strengthening both the hard and the soft health infrastructure. And especially building the importance of building regional value chains in Africa and in the global South. And the fifth point is then how this relates to the very idea of mitigating the gross disparity in health. So I'll be making the argument that if you do these particular steps and you build greater resilience, you strengthen the hard and soft infrastructure and the value chains, regional value chains, particularly in Africa and the global South, that will have a medium to long-term impact in terms of mitigating some of these gross disparities that we are seeing in health. So I think one thing that's important, both in Africa and the global South, is that we see that the pandemic essentially exposed a lot of weaknesses that were there prior to the pandemic. So whilst you had a steady supply, if countries could afford, to bring in medical equipment and others, while you had a supply, from a limited amount of countries, I think what the pandemic showed is that because of Africa's place in the world and the manner in which it is inserted into the global political economy, it is essentially at the end of the line when it comes to accessing very important equipment, very important medicine that would actually assist it to deal with the health effects of this particular pandemic. Now, we're not in a situation where, let's say, the African continent or other countries in the global South do not have the resources to actually procure, let's say, the vaccine. Resources are there. Resources are there to procure vaccines. There is simply not enough of a supply, or rather, there simply isn't an equitable supply, not only of vaccines, but also of some of the other equipment that was important, particularly for health workers in the early stages of the pandemic. And what that forced a lot of policymakers and thinkers on the continent is to say, but why aren't we producing a lot of this stuff ourselves? Because what was evident is that countries essentially closed off, their exports of some of those important medical equipment in the very early stages of the pandemic. Because they wanted to first assess the severity of the impact, and they wanted to first protect their own citizens. So, they prevented the export of certain material that would be important for future waves on the African continent. And it really caused a lot of people, private companies included, to say, why aren't we producing these things ourselves? Africa is a continent of over 1 billion people. By 2050, we would have doubled our population to 2 billion. There's a growing middle class. It's a vulnerable middle class, but it is a growing middle class nonetheless. And there is a market right here. Why not produce a lot of this equipment and make the continent more self-sufficient? But that is something that came to the fore because of the realization that this pandemic actually threw out. So it was quite clear that because of our position in the global political economy, we would be inevitably at the end of the queue. But in order to respond to this, I think that Africa particularly has actually shown the world in certain aspects of what a pandemic response should have been in terms of international cooperation. Because there was a realization in Africa that with 55 countries, if we all go it alone, taking into account you're already at the end of the line, and if all these countries are going to try to procure PPEs, are going to try to procure vaccines individually, it will just make things much more difficult for the continent in the immediate term, but also in the medium to long term. And so you had a collective response, mostly in Africa. You had a collective response in terms of procuring protective equipment for health workers. You've also had a collective response in terms of acquiring the vaccines that are required. Of course, that has not prevented bilateral agreements from taking place. But I think what's important there is the principle of saying, if we all go at it alone as 55 countries, we will all be worse for it. Nothing prevents individual countries with the capacity and the ability to negotiate either directly with pharmaceutical companies or countries in the global north or south. Nothing prevents you from going at it bilaterally, but let the predominant approach be a multilateral approach. And I think that has been commendable in Africa. But unfortunately, as we know, this has not been the predominant response globally. So these are some of the challenges that have basically been exposed, by the pandemic, particularly for Africa and the global south, is if you are inserted unevenly into the global political economy, you are vulnerable when it comes to such a pandemic. I think also one thing that has been clear is that despite the fact that you have a health crisis in many parts of the world, is that the fortunate thing is that Africa has not, at least the predictions have not really been as they were in the early days of the pandemic. In the early days of the pandemic, many were forecasting that Africa would be the hardest hit because of poor health infrastructure, because of socioeconomic conditions, the difficulties of even self-isolation, in large cities on the continent. So many thought that Africa would be hardest hit by the health effects of this pandemic. But for various reasons, including the fact that I think that if you look at it historically, is that Africa has been dealing with epidemics almost on a continuous basis with very limited resources and with assistance from the international community. But I do think that the continent has been able to apply much of the infrastructure that was built towards tackling other epidemics towards this particular pandemic. So for instance, in South Africa, you would find that much of the infrastructure that was built, particularly for dealing with HIV and AIDS, tracking and tracing of people, ensuring that you've got a wide network of social workers that are working in communities, are able to get the word out. Much of that infrastructure, you could actually deploy it towards the pandemic. If you go anywhere, here it's you can't go into a mall or into a shop or anywhere without your mask, without sanitizing, and so on and so forth. So I think we took it in the early stages. Generally, of course, there were exceptions, but I do think we took it rather seriously because we knew we couldn't afford to not, because of the vulnerabilities in our economies and in our health system. So we knew that if it was causing such devastation in Italy and in Spain, you know, how much worse would it be here if we do not take it seriously? And of course, there are exceptions to the rule, but I think this was a general trend on the continent. But I think despite the fact that the health impact has been less, you are seeing the fact that you've got an economic impact that the continent is dealing with, but that also the global south is dealing with. And that is going to be amplified, you know, by an ecological crisis also there, because, you know, with the world in lockdowns, South Africa has about 100 and something countries which are making it very difficult, you know, for flights from South Africa to go there because of the so-called South Africa strain. You know, all of those things have an economic impact. So whilst the health impact has not been as severe as developed countries, the economic impact is certainly going to be severe and has been severe, especially if you take into account that prior to the pandemic, for the past 20 years, at least 6 or 7 of the fastest growing economies in the world have been African economies. And once you shut down essentially the global economy, travel stops and all of that, that will have an impact. And of course, that will be exacerbated by the ecological challenge that we all are aware of. I think what is also you know, interesting now is in terms of these growing calls for an IPR waiver within the WTO. South Africa and India were spearheading that call, but of course now it is no longer just a South Africa-India proposal. It is a proposal that has essentially gone global, and it's something that is not only being discussed by nation states, it's something that's increasingly pressure being applied by non-state actors to actually hear those calls, because you do have capacity in many parts of the global south, or at least in some centers of the global south, to actually produce generics. And as long as the current systems do not allow that, you know, it makes it very difficult to actually meet the supply for the production of vaccines and other health-related products. And I think this is something that has to, you know, we have to continue to apply pressure for countries to not only pledge solidarity through their words, but actually through their actions. Because we also have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of public funds go into the research and into you know, the eventual production of vaccines. So if we are to address the inequality there, I think we're definitely going to have much more serious discussions around intellectual property rights, particularly in a time of a pandemic. I mean, if this is a once in 100 years, you know, sort of event, then there's no reason why we should be going about it as though things were just normal. I mean, we should not be approaching this pandemic as though, you know, we're living in just normal times. We are not living in normal times. We're living in the worst pandemic in about 100 years, and therefore we should adapt to that. I think also in order to do that, in order to build long-term resilience for Africa and the global south, this pandemic has shown that the current structures, the current international governance structures have not been sufficient in terms of catering for those that are most vulnerable. And what it has also shown is that it is not enough for those who are most vulnerable to leave it to those with resources to take their interests into account. And therefore, what we are likely to move into are greater calls within the continent, is greater action within Africa to actually put more resources into the building of regional value chains. so that in the next hypothetical pandemic, that Africa and the global south are not necessarily waiting for equity or are not necessarily waiting for those with resources to act in the right manner, but that they themselves are taking, matters into their hands and building greater resilience. Now, for me, I would not see that as something that moves against globalization. I see it, in fact, as something that is actually strengthening and addressing the inherent weaknesses that we saw in the pre-pandemic global political economy, where production was too concentrated, where the global value chains became too concentrated. And in the absence of resilient regional value chains, you had glaring vulnerabilities there. And so I see greater calls, from Africa and the global south to build those value chains within their own regions, which means strengthening of the soft skills in health, but also of the hard skills and the hard infrastructure when it comes to our health systems, so that we are better prepared in future. And then lastly, this will basically mitigate against some of these gross disparities that we are seeing, because in order to build, those value chains within the regions, it will mean that, in the coming pandemic or in years to come, it will mean that countries in Africa, will have the capacity to actually build or to actually develop vaccines here and produce them within Africa, as we are already seeing now. So already in South Africa, you've got vaccine production that will be beginning to supply not only South Africa, but to actually supply the African continent. And I think you'll see not only South Africa as a center, but you'll see more centers on the African continent that can actually do that. And if we do that, then we will actually build a more resilient infrastructure in our own regions and in the world, and will be better prepared for the next pandemic. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much for a riveting presentation, a second riveting presentation. And now our third speaker will be our generous host, Professor Jonathan Wolff at the Blavatnik School, coming to us from London.
That's right. So thanks so much, Lisa. It is true, even though you can see the Blavatnik School behind me in my slide, I am sitting in my chair in London, the same chair I've been sitting in for some months now. So I'm a political philosopher primarily. Around about 15 years ago, I got involved to quite a degree around global health justice, and I worked on the human right to health and a number of other issues around that time. Since then, I've been working on other things, but in the last 18 months or so, pretty much any philosopher who's ever worked on global health has found themselves in demand. And I've been drawn into a number of different collaborations, including this one, around issues to do with the pandemic. And I've also been working with the WHO, the World Health Organization, on an ethics and governance committee looking at the ACT accelerator that you have heard about, and I'll talk a little bit more about. So much of what I'm going to say has already been touched on by the previous two speakers. I'll try to draw out some of the things they've said and also some of the contrasts and what I take to be a different perspective. And this gives us some questions about what our choices should be, if it's us that's making them or the world's choices, about how we respond to the pandemic in the coming decades. But I want to start with a book by one of my colleagues at the Blavatnik School, Stefan Durkin, who wrote a book or co-wrote a book called Dull Disasters. And it's not so much about global health, but it's about worldwide disasters. And Stefan makes the argument that what we really need is for when a terrible natural event happens, for it to be a small news story, not a big news story. That is, we need to have the type of systems in place that allow us to deal with, what are very significant natural events, but we know how to deal with them. So we want to, it sounds a strange ambition, but we want to make things dull if we can. And I think that there may be no better illustration of this than the annual flu epidemic. And that if we hadn't got infrastructure in place, then possibly some years, many, many millions of people would die from flu. But because we've got vaccines, because we've got an infrastructure, of course, it is a news story, but it's not a big news story. It's nothing like the pandemic. We take small steps. I think people will be thinking, should I be wearing a mask every year now because of the flu season? I don't think anyone considered wearing masks before because of flu. Imagine turning up for work last year or the year before, saying I'm wearing a mask because I don't want to get flu. You would have been considered extremely eccentric, I think, or worse than that. But now maybe that's what we're going to be doing in the future because we know how to deal with it. But it made me think, well, what infrastructure have we put in place to deal with flu? And it's such a dull topic. Hardly anyone is even talking about it on the internet. But, did we start flu vax or something? Do we have this big international thing? Well, what we've done, as far as I can tell, is to have a type of division of labor between different types of organizations. So the WHO and the CDC monitor flu. They try to work out which are the most important variants, what vaccines do we need. As far as I can tell, the vaccines are made by private companies. They're doing this for profit. And a number of different private companies will be making them, maybe half a dozen around the world. And then the governments buy them and put them in our arms. I suppose in private health systems in the US, maybe you have to pay for a flu shot. In the UK, we don't. This varies from country to country. But anyway, we've turned flu into a dull disaster. And there's a question, can we do the same thing for more serious pandemics? Should we put in this new global set of arrangements? So I do wonder. So one reason is, and this, I may have been reading too much Karl Popper. I mean, maybe reading any Karl Popper is too much Karl Popper, but I've been reading Karl Popper lately. And Karl Popper warns us about historicism, which is, roughly speaking, our ability to tell the future. I mean, how much can we tell about the future? This is a 1 in 100 year event. So should we be expecting it next year, in 10 years' time? I mean, imagine we put billions and billions into systems that turn out not to be needed. We'll be having conferences in 5 years' time saying we did the wrong things, even though they're the things we're saying we should have been doing now. So I think we need to think about that. I'm not sure how important that is. Maybe we are in the age of pandemics now. Maybe there'll be more coming along. But there's another side to this as well. So I mentioned that I'm on a committee. Caesar also, who spoke yesterday, is on the same committee. Who is set up by the WHO. And one of our tasks is to look at the governance of the ACT Accelerator. And we were trying to find out what the governance structures were before we could tell whether they were the right ones or wrong ones. We needed to know how ACT-A is governed. And the answer to that is that it doesn't actually have a governance structure. So the ACT-A is not an organization. The ACT Accelerator is not an organization. It's an umbrella group. And it brings together other organizations like Gavi, like UNICEF, like CEPI, WHO, to try to work out a division of labor between them. Somehow it seems to make decisions. Decisions are made within COVAX, but then that appears to be CEPI making those decisions. And so we were slightly surprised that they would have something as important as COVAX without a governance structure. But their point was that they didn't want to be bound down by it. They wanted something that was lean and agile. They didn't want to spend all their time working out governance structures, working out who needs to be making decisions, getting everything approved by 10 different committees before they could do anything. Because they felt that the situation was so important that they should be able to act in this lean, agile way. Now, of course, when we hear businesses talking about being lean and agile, that normally means being able to fire their staff whenever they want to. So lean and agile is often a euphemism for a sort of irresponsibility. But in this case, I think there is an argument, I'm not saying it's a decisive argument, for saying that quick action needs to be taken. So what has it done? So the ACT Accelerator has, COVAX is one of its arms. Looking a couple of data from a couple of weeks ago, so far COVAX has supplied vaccines to 102 different countries. It supplied 38 million doses. Okay, that's not as much as the UK has had on its own, but it is quite amazing to think that vaccines have got to developing countries within a few months of getting to the developed world. That has never happened before. So COVAX has been able to do things that we haven't seen. Maybe it should be doing more. So what are the criticisms? Certainly there are many criticisms and most of them are justified. Here are three. COVAX has been ineffective in purchasing more vaccines. It doesn't have enough. It's unaccountable and it's non-consultative. And that's part of being unaccountable and being non-consultative is part of what it is to be lean and agile, of course. So a lot of people are calling for more accountability. But some years ago, writing about universities, I said that everyone wants universities to be more accountable and less bureaucratic. But actually, accountability and bureaucracy are more or less different words for the same thing. You can't have accountability without bureaucracy. You can have bureaucracy without accountability, so they're not exactly the same thing. But if you want accountability, you need structures of accountability, and that's bureaucracy, and that slows you down. So it seems to me you can't have participation and accountability and speed. So what people are presenting as a problem, I think, is a dilemma, a genuine dilemma. That on the one hand, we want things that act quickly, and on the other hand, we want things that are consultative and participatory and accountable. And it's very, very hard to have both. So in an emergency, you might think being lean and agile is more important than being accountable, at least to begin with. That's not to say it gives you carte blanche to do whatever you want, but these organizational structures can be a problem. And I do see some irony in people calling for new organizational structures of global health, when last year they were criticizing the structures we already had. That is, there are many people who are critics of WHO who think we should have new global structures, but why do they think that these new structures are going to be better than the organizations that already exist and they're criticizing? So I think that's a difficult thing. We need to see more details to see how that can work. But anyway, let me move on. What is the problem? The problem is that vaccines are not going to low and middle-income countries in enough quantity. It's a miracle, really, that this isn't a bigger problem than it is, in that, as Palani said, that in Africa, in particular, the pandemic hasn't been as bad, and that may well be because of public health measures that were taken because of experience. So by coincidence, most of the vaccines are going to where they're needed at the moment. Brazil is losing out. I think Brazil is a big loser in this, but India is manufacturing vaccines for its own people. But nevertheless, the problem is that not enough vaccines are going to low and middle income countries, particularly middle income countries at the moment. What's the cause of the problem? Well, some people think it's vaccine nationalism, but it isn't really. Because even if all the vaccines that had gone to the rich countries were spread out around the world, that would not make much difference. So the UK, I can't remember how many doses, 40 million doses. How far will our 40 million doses go if spread around the world? The problem is low production. And so then the question is, why is low production the problem? One thing that has been said is intellectual property, and I think that is important. But Moderna has said that they won't enforce their own patents. The problem with Moderna is it's so difficult to make, and they're not exporting the know-how in the way. They're letting the vaccine, not the intellectual property being made available. But I want to say a word about intellectual property because I think this is a really key element, as others have said. And my thinking about this is influenced by James Wilson, who's at UCL, who was my former colleague in Sridhar's when we were both there. And James has written a paper maybe 10 years ago or longer about intellectual property and patents. And he says, what is the argument for patents in the first place? And roughly speaking, there are two types of arguments. One is a desert-based or natural property right type argument. If I make it, I deserve to own it. And this is something we see in copyright as well. If I write a book, I'm the one that deserves to benefit from that. So if I make an invention, don't I have some sort of owner's rights to it? Well, James says that's a plausible argument, but it actually doesn't hold up because in the patent system, patents expire. So drug patents typically only have 10 years before they expire, before generics are allowed. So we've actually already decided that the natural property rights argument isn't the argument that we have for intellectual property. Rather, it's more like a utilitarian argument of what's best in the public interest. And the accommodation at the moment is if we give people patents for 10 years, they will then produce all drugs, not just vaccines. They'll produce drugs that are beneficial for global health in the longer term, because after 10 years, we can start producing generics. So they get 10 years where they can make some money, make a lot of money, and then 10 years' time, we get the benefit. And this allows them, for example, to look for drugs that have fewer side effects, that last longer, that are more convenient to take, and so on, in the hope that they will get profit in the short term, and then eventually we will get benefits in the long term. Now, James points out that the fact that this is how we justify the intellectual property regime we have at the moment doesn't mean that we've got it right. And so there's every reason for thinking, should we modify the intellectual property rights regime in order to do better? And this may be what the TRIPS waiver is about, because it's not about eliminating patents entirely. It's eliminating a class of patents under very specific circumstances. And it may be there's very good reason for that, but it means nothing unless there's production capability. And that, I think, is the main issue we've got at the moment. That AstraZeneca, I know there are some concerns about the vaccine, but AstraZeneca are producing at cost. The Serum Institute is producing vast quantities. If there was a similar factory in Brazil, if there was a similar factory in South Africa, if there was a similar factory in Indonesia, we would be a lot further on. So I think we need to think about what are the problems, and don't overthink it. What are the solutions to the problems we're facing, rather than thinking perhaps of putting in a vast infrastructure which may end up standing in the way or not doing its work. So what I see here is that, and I think this was beautifully illustrated in the two talks. So Nicole was talking about the need to set up some sort of huge international multilateral organization. And I absolutely see the reasons for that. There's sort of POVAX, the world organization that will deal with global pandemics. But Polanyi was looking in a different direction, really, to, I mean, it's fascinating. If you think we're in a global economy and there's a global division of labor, when we're in a crisis, you don't want to be that bit of the global division of labor that's not producing the goods that are important in the crisis. That is, you want to be producing food. You don't want to be relying on other countries for food. And it turns out now you don't want to be relying on other countries for PPE, and you don't want to be relying on other countries for vaccines. So what we're seeing actually is, on the one hand, and this goes back to Fiona's talk, a type of huge cosmopolitanism. On the other hand, a different type of nationalism, whereby countries are accepting, or regions are accepting, that they have to take responsibility for themselves rather than relying on the international community and upscaling their own production. Now, maybe the two things are compatible. Maybe one is about paying, the other is about doing. So maybe we need global money and local production, for example. So maybe there are ways that we can work this together. But it seems to me we need to be thinking about what is the complete menu of options. And I go back to flu. We've got a very mundane combination of agents there. We've got the WHO and the CDC, we've got ordinary commercial companies, and we've got governments, and that seems to be working. So I'm not suggesting that's going to be the answer to the pandemic, but that is not something we should be rejecting. So what's the future? I don't know. I've read Karl Popper, I'm not predicting the future. But I think we have a range of options. We won't be the people making those decisions. Partly there'll be an evolution, and the evolution towards nationalism at the moment feels easier to do than the evolution towards any type of cosmopolitanism, whatever philosophically we think of. But anyway, I will leave it at that and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Wolf, for a terrific talk without notes, which I also always find very impressive. I think one must be trained in Britain to be able to do this. Other missed opportunities. So with that, let's turn to the Q&A. I have 2 questions that I've received so far. And let me just say before I take these 2, I can imagine a lot of questions that the panelists may have for one another. So I want to privilege the people who are the attendees, but then if there's time, then perhaps the panelists will want to engage each other on some things. So, all right, questions emerging. Okay, so a first one is from Ben Davies. Just as we heard earlier, that trust has to be developed outside of emergencies. Is there a case for trying to develop accountability frameworks for bodies like COVAX before the emergencies in which they are needed? So it seems to me, Professor Wolf, that you're the right person to at least start with an answer to this question, given your launching with dull disasters.
Well, so I think this is exactly the dilemma, okay, because we want it to be a dull dilemma, and that absolutely means getting the infrastructure in place. And if you think about Hurricane Katrina, if those levees had been in good order, we wouldn't remember it now. It would be a hurricane that geographers talk about. Maybe you might have to be a student to know the details, but we all know about it because the systems weren't in place. So when we know what's coming, it's absolutely right to have the systems in place. I think Nicole took issue with my suggestion that the pandemic is something unusual, and that you think there are many others. So perhaps I'll hand over to Nicole to talk for yourself rather than me talking for you now.
Yeah, no, that's great. So I think that we are in emergencies almost constantly, and there are emergencies that rich people like me get to ignore. And so there is many, many pandemics, AIDS and tuberculosis and even malaria, which exists in the United States and in Hawaii, like affect many countries. They just affect them very unequally. And so the COVAX proposal is one that I think is important to institute now because we have a chance of potentially instituting it now, but would allow us to address a wide range of kind of pandemic threats and current pandemics and reward companies based on the health impacts of those technologies rather than just on how much drugs they can sell to rich patients. And the cost savings from purchasing collectively and allowing generic production and only providing rewards to companies sufficient to recoup research and development costs could then be passed on effectively by the nations that are purchasing or supporting the research and development through the collective bargaining. So the countries will purchase this at cost, roughly a little bit more to support the research and development, and then they can distribute it around the world, charging rich consumers more where the disease exists, for AIDS, for instance, and then using that again to subsidize the provision of those medicines in poor countries. So I think it's absolutely essential that we implement it when we're able to do it, and hopefully this provides an opportunity. And frankly, vaccine production is not the major problem. I mean, it is a major problem. It's difficult and you need technology, but putting basic health systems in place so that we can vaccinate people for a host of, poverty related, easily preventable, but sometimes inaccessible, conditions. I say, childhood immunizations for everybody, as well as, other pandemic immunizations now is what will allow us to respond quickly if we get a pandemic that kills not 1% of the global population, but 10. percent. And that could easily happen. And with climate change and other threats, I think that we need to push hard for doing the kinds of investments or preparation and basic health systems that we need now, as well as changing research and development and financial incentives for pharma companies. So, yeah.
Palani, did you want to chime in here?
Yeah, maybe let me sort of jump in terms of also linking with what Jonathan was saying earlier about sort of making them boring crises, you know. And I do think we have, you know, sort of what's been happening in the past, you know, decades, and we're talking about climate change, we're talking about an ecological crisis. I think you know, these things are not happening in silos. So what we see with, you know, sort of an increasing number of zoonotic diseases, and we're seeing this, it's happening at a higher rate, you know, than it's been happening in throughout history. But why is it happening at such a higher rate? It's also happening at such a higher rate because of our systems of development, because of the way we define what it is to be wealthy, to be, you know, to live prosperous lives and so forth. Our encroachment into nature, the imbalance between our systems of production and the effects, you know, that they have. And all of that leads to a greater degree of these zoonotic diseases. Now, if we've got a higher rate of these zoonotic diseases, then we can kind of say that we are in an era of at least of zoonotic illnesses. You know, I mean, in our discussions within the organization, we came up with a series called Zoonotica, rethinking a post-pandemic international relations. And, you know, we sort of characterize the current era as a zoonotic era, and say what systems are necessary in order to be better prepared, you know, moving ahead, in order to arrive at what Jonathan is saying, just boring sort of crises, and not being as surprised. We shouldn't be as surprised because, you know, what's happening is partly, you know, we are partly to blame for what is happening. And therefore, because of that, we need a more comprehensive approach. We need to see what's working, what's not working in our existing institutions. Yes, we need to have the vaccines and all of that, but we also need to re-examine a number of things. We need to re-examine our models of development. We need to evaluate our you know, concepts such as sustainable development and really take them seriously and project into the future and say, what does it mean if we continue as humanity, global South, global North? It's certainly clear that the global South cannot and should not seek to replicate the development models of the global North, because then we'll just plunge the whole planet into a greater crisis. And I think these are the bigger questions that, you know, are more relevant today, you know, than they have been in the past. And hence that linkage between the health crises, the economic crises, and the ecological crises.
Thank you for that. And I'm just going to take chair's privilege and insert here the thing I'm really hoping that at some point you'll all talk more about, picking up on just what you were just saying, Palani. And that is, you know, I noticed that all of you talked about drug development when you were talking about, Joe and Nicole mostly talked about drug development, and Palani, you too, to some extent, and thinking about what kinds of new global institutions do we need to build. So I, for one, would like to hear a lot more about other kinds of institution building, not having to do with you know, biomedical commodities. So perhaps we can hear more on that later. Vaccines are great, but as we know, they're not going to save us. Not entirely. Sridhar, did you want to come in and say something at this point?
Yes, I do. I'm going to see if I can speak. I don't think I can turn on my camera, but hopefully you can hear me. So I just wanted to do two things. One is that I really wanted to affirm what Nicole said and push back on this idea that this is the worst pandemic in 100 years and we don't know when the next one's come. And I want to say very emphatically that this is not a rare event, that to say that the AIDS epidemic was not the worst pandemic in 100 years is I think really disrespectful, and I'm not saying you two are saying it or anyone is saying it, but I've seen that in the media a lot. And it's as if that most people were asleep during the 80s and 90s and suddenly there's a random pandemic. Is that, 30, 40 million people have died over a period of 10 years, devastating many societies and communities in different societies and stuff. So I think that that's a really important correction and to say. And then Nicole's point is actually really pivotal here, is that there's actually many pandemics or epidemics going on, and certain countries are dealing with multiple epidemics at the same time. And so this COVID is just sort of one more kind of epidemic that's going on. So the solution, so this comes to the second part, is that the solution to the COVID pandemic does not really do anything for the malaria pandemic, or does not do anything for the TB, does not do anything for stuff. But Nicole, I think a more abstract model is trying to sort of say, well, let's get at least the treatments out so that there's fair. And I think I come back to this question, is that I was hoping that, what are the new global institutions that we need that put health at the center, that actually don't treat the illness after it starts, but actually says, what are the global institutions that we can create that actually protect health in the first place? Sorry for that emphatic sort of intervention, but I just wanted to, sort of just say one thing about this is, this idea of 100 years sort of thing gets us into a wrong place. But the second thing is, how do we think about sort of global institutions that, put health at the center and don't treat the problem after it sort of runs amok? Thank you.
Thank you for that intervention, Sridhar, and you are fully entitled. I'm going to merge two questions because they hit on some similar things. One from Robert and another from Kibadu Mokenen, with all apologies if I get anybody's name wrong. So the first is, when you talk about this new form of nationalism, it leads me to think about a new form of resilience for a globalized world. Isn't that not the appropriate outlook towards an uncertain future? So speaking to nationalism and new forms of resilience for a globalized world. The other, wouldn't it be reasonable to say that some form of nationalism is at play behind the reluctance vaccine producing countries show in terms of supporting the initiative to waive intellectual property rights for covering vaccines? So more on vaccine nationalism and perhaps on resilience. Why don't I start with you, Palani, if that's okay, to respond to those, since you're the one really who spoke most about resilience. That's why I'm picking on you first.
All right, no, perfect. So I think, firstly, I think it's a useful intervention, sort of that, let's say of questioning this narrative that it is the worst in 100 years. I mean, it's a useful, input in terms of, I think one of the reasons why this is the narrative is because, yes, all these other ones that we are aware of are happening somewhere there, are happening in not at the global centers of politics and economy. And therefore, this one is slightly different in a sense that actually, in terms of the health effects of it, we're seeing that the greatest impact is actually happening in those centers. So I think that tends to then maybe skew the narrative, towards that. But, in terms of, for me, in terms of looking at new centers and or the creation of new institutions, I see the need for new institutions, not necessarily just, so I don't just see them at a global level. I think, we need to strengthen those existing institutions. We need to reform, you know, existing institutions. We need to reform the existing laws that govern these institutions, that prevent a more effective global response to this pandemic and any future ones. But I think for me, where I see the need for the creation, especially in the developing world, where I see the need for new institutions is actually at a regional level. I see a greater need for building greater resilience at a regional level, because we became far too accustomed, you know, to some called it, you know, just sort of an economic system where everything just arrives on time, you know. You've got your global value chains, you know, where certain things are produced. You're chasing for the cheapest way of producing goods and so forth. And in doing that, we sort of turned our back on the issue of resilience. And this pandemic has exposed, you know, this failure and has exposed the weaknesses in the global, you know, value chains. And for me, when I look at new institutions, I think and for building new institutions at a regional level. So what we're seeing in Africa, the Centers for Disease Control is a relatively new institution in Africa, you know, which is then plays a greater bridging role between Africa and the global community. And if we have that, it builds greater resilience, you know, into the system. So for me, it's not just about building new global institutions. It's actually asking ourselves what is wrong in the current picture, and to identify the regions where there was greater vulnerability and say maybe that's where there's a need to actually build new institutions.
Thank you so much. Nicole and Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I had something sort of to say in response to Sridhar and just the conversation, you know, which is to think about that the basic proposal that I was suggesting was to have a concerted effort to focus on not only like responding to the economic devastation that the pandemic is causing in poor countries through, you know, providing you know, it wouldn't necessarily be expensive, I guess, up front, because you would say, well, in the case of pandemics, in case of serious emergencies, we'll make available certain funds, but it would definitely be expensive to make available the funds. And then the second thing was the preparation pillar. And there, I think it's going to be hugely expensive to put basic health systems in place for everyone. And so, you know, some of the cost of COVAX might even be cost effective, right? Like it might even, you know, if you agree to pay a certain dollar per dollar, only when it's you know, deemed to be cost effective and enough to recoup costs. And you could get a lot of research and development done, but then actually getting those vaccines to people, even if you have some cost savings to pass on, can be expensive. And I think what we have to focus on here is the way in which governments, economies are interconnected. You know, when the U.S. passes a energy bill and just, you know, increases its ethanol fuel production by a little bit, that competes for land with, you know, other initiatives for, you know, for regular land growing in other countries, that causes a collapse of governments, right? That's a relatively small, like, economic, you know, change. And here we're having, you know, a pandemic that is just, you know, affecting massively the way that economies are functioning around the world. And so if we take into account all those economic costs and we compare that to like the cost of the basic health system investments that we need to make to put a basic health system in place, it's nothing, right? Like, I think we could even make a case that it would be fairly cost effective in terms of potential economic cost saved and never mind lives saved to really work on that, addressing those structural inequalities and, you know, addressing the basic health needs of people and putting into place universal healthcare systems in this country, for instance, so that we reduce, you know, diabetes rates and other things that increase the death rates and so forth, and especially communities of color. So I think it's a hard case to make, and it's potentially very expensive to do the kinds of structural things and institution building that would put us in a very good place to respond to all the ongoing pandemics. I would still say it's a wise thing to do. out of economic and health concerns, even in rich countries. But
okay.
Joe, would you like to weigh in? Yeah.
Just a little bit on the question of nationalism. On the issues of institutions, I've got nothing really to add. I think we just need to make a distinction between institutions and global institutions, and think that if we need new institutions, they aren't necessarily global institutions, though they might be. And we also have a principle of subsidiarity, I think, which tells us to go in the other direction of doing things locally on the ground where we can. So there's a complex ecosystem to be thought of rather than a simple single organization. But no one is suggesting anything else, I think. On the nationalism question, so early on in the pandemic, when people were talking about vaccine nationalism, I realized that some people were confusing two different things. So one is just a free market, whereby companies produce and sell to the highest bidder. And the other is countries that are refusing export licenses for vaccines. And of course, that's very different to a free market, because in a free market, you don't refuse export licenses. And it's very interesting to ask people's opinions about this, because imagine the US were late to Pfizer, and Japan had already bought up Pfizer's supply. This would really test people's intuitions on whether they believed in the free market or whether they believed in nationalism. Because if they believed in the free market, Pfizer should have been free to sell to Japan. But it would have been probably considered a scandal, and it would have brought down Trump if other things weren't going to do that anyway. So I think there's a big difference between vaccine nationalism and the free market. So we see vaccine nationalism in, for example, India temporarily suspended exports to South Africa. I think it only lasted a day or two, but that wasn't the free market. That was nationalism. There are also two different types of nationalism going on, I think, in the discussion that I raised in reply to Polani. So one is nationalism as putting yourself first, putting your own country first. Another is nationalism in the sense of thinking you can't rely on others, as a type of self-preservation. And I think when we're thinking about African nationalism, it's obviously we talk about Pan-African nationalism if it's African nationalism or
regionalism.
African regionalism. That's because otherwise you're at the end of the line, and you've learned that from experience. So it's a form of self-protection from others rather than privileging the population. So there are subtle different forms of nationalism going on here, and some seem more justifiable than others. I mean, the general rule seems to me that nationalism in poor countries is more acceptable than nationalism in rich countries, but that takes us into a different topic entirely.
I think Nicole wanted to say something about subsidiarity.
Yeah, I was thinking of about this kind of push for regionalism, and I think it just like in rich countries, like self-sufficiency in certain respects is a great thing. At the same time, I mean, it's interesting that after they implemented the TRIPS agreement, you actually saw more innovation in India. At least I've seen articles that suggest that you get new kinds of, rather than just making Me Too copies of drugs, people were actually innovating more. And so the ultimate consequence may be a good one. It's a little bit unfortunate, though, that still that the TRIPS agreement was put in place and that people are no longer able to necessarily produce all the medications for distribution globally, and the net effect might still be bad. So although I think it's right that investing in manufacturing in Africa definitely be a great thing, and it takes a long time to do it, and we should start now. It's good also to not have to be put in that position, right? Where it's like, oh no, we have to start manufacturing drugs ourselves because nothing is available. So I think both things should be said.
Also, just if you haven't been attending to the chat, I myself always have a hard time spinning all of those plates. But our colleague Ava Saxena has had some very interesting things to say. So I would just invite you to have a look there. We've taken all of the questions that have come in the official portal for Q&A. So at this point, why don't I give the panelists an opportunity to ask any questions of each other that they haven't had an opportunity to discuss yet. And maybe I want to privilege a little bit Polani here, just because he's not, in our every 2 weeks discussions. So, any final comments, anything you want to press us on or engage with the other panelists on? I start with you, and then let's go to Nicole and then Joe.
Perfect. I think maybe just to sort of respond, I think Jonathan was sort of, contrasting, I think, the different types of nationalisms. And I think in Africa, I think what we're seeing is not nationalism. It's not, I think nationalism cannot work in Africa. It's just, you've got 55 countries, you've got so many small economies, you've got the highest number of landlocked countries, in the world. I think, you don't really have a growth of nationalism. The prevailing view and response to the pandemic is not, let's go back to the nation state. I mean, that idea in Africa is very flawed, because even the very idea of sovereignty, there's very few countries on the continent that can really claim a high degree of sovereignty. But I think what is happening in Africa is that there is a greater realization of saying, rather than retreating to the nation state, let us strengthen the regional processes. Let us, strengthen the regional value chains. Let us strengthen regional cooperation so that Africa as a region can have, I mean, if you look at the way that vaccines were procured and PPEs were procured, it reduced costs for many countries individually in a way that going at it alone simply would never have done that. We were able to negotiate through greater scale, and I think that helped to cushion, the impact. So I think what we're seeing in Africa is maybe sort of a middle ground. It's not going, yes, it recognizes the deficiencies in the existing global architecture and the existing global infrastructures, but it also realizes that going back to the nation state is not a path for the continent. It's not practical, it's not possible. But what you can do is that for a continent of 1 billion people rising to 2 billion people, is that you at least strengthen the continent's role and position in the world. And by building those value chains, yes, you become less dependent, but you also become a greater asset in the global community, because then in a future crisis, you are also able to actually assist, in the production of important equipment, important vaccines, and you're able to actually not close yourself off from the world, but you can be part of the solution. So I think you are more correct in sort of characterizing it as maybe a pan-African response, which I think anyway, when we're talking about the future, I think that, we are moving in a world where regions are going to play a greater role. But I don't think it should be necessarily interpreted as an anti-globalization push. It's more a critique of the weaknesses that were there in the prevailing model of globalization, is that you did need a greater role for regions. You did need a greater role, not just for the global value chains, but you needed to understand how do regional value chains plug into existing global value chains. And I think if we do that, we move closer towards a system where Jonathan was saying that it becomes more boring, because yes, a crisis evolves, but we now move into a world which has greater capacity, which has greater production capacity, greater research capacity, greater resilience. And I think that strengthens everyone, rather than just strengthening one part of the world to the detriment of other parts of the world.
Thank you so much for those comments. Nicole, did you want to say anything or pass and we can circle back?
Yeah, why don't we let Joe go first, because I'm not sure I have more. It strikes me as 100% right.
Yeah, so I agree, Palani, and I think what you were saying would be music to the ears of our colleague Alison, who has written in around the migration debate about how we should not take the nation state as our unit of analysis, and that the nation state, in fact, connecting to our themes from yesterday, is already part of a colonial discourse, and that we need to be thinking in other terms. And I'm sure in Africa, with so much movement across borders not really being enforced, people speaking many languages, even the concept of a language being rather fluid in some parts of the world. The nation state is quite an inappropriate tool for many things, although of course it is the nation state that raises revenue to its own tax system as an administrative unit, so we can't ignore it entirely as an administrative unit, even if it can't do everything. So I hope people are not getting the wrong impression. In my philosophical views, I'm about as far from a nationalist as one could possibly be. But I think if we start from a methodology of thinking, well, we have the world as it is, with the problems in the world as it is, and one thing that exists in the world is nations and nationalism, and that's a starting point. We might be able to move away from there slowly, but we can't wish them out of existence. So we need to work with them to some degree. Anyway, that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you for that. Nicole,
I will say just something sort of related. I mean, I think that the way that global governance is being conducted puts the interests of nation states often at the center in a way that's problematic, and that treats all countries equally. And you can see this through the COVAX initiative, where countries are treated as kind of units of distribution. So you get small island states, and then China being treated as equals. And what we really need to focus on are the needs of individuals, irrespective of country of origin and residence. And that would require that countries entering into global agreements, for instance, see themselves not as representatives of the interests of their populations, but as focused on the global public good and representing some proportion of people maybe in that discussion. And so I don't know how to rectify that or anything, but I think it's a fundamental problem with like international treaty making. Another big problem is the way that the private sector enters into these discussions. So I shared an article, I don't know if everyone, but it's it's an interesting take on how Gates has influenced the construction and the Act A and funding great proportions of this with MasterCard and other private entities and controlling a lot of the governance of this kind of institution. And I think he has made a huge role in global health and shaped the way that things are done is not in favor of weakening intellectual property rights, for instance. And it would be very hard without resources to put on the table to have the kind of effect of reorienting it towards a more collaborative research and development system in the way that I, for instance, would advocate. But I think we need to pay attention to what the private sector is doing, the way that they're guiding debates on everything from immunity passports to the provision of vaccines to everything, and think about how we want to govern those private interests and these kinds of discussions. So that's my last contribution. Thanks.
What a terrific point to end on. So it is 12:15 my time, wherever you are, do the math. We have a 15-minute break now. And next up is our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Lois Pace, who's the director of the Office of Global Affairs at the United States Department of Health and Human Service. So she's going to be coming on to talk, well, the title of her talk is It Takes a Village, Creating Health Equity Together in a Post-Pandemic World. So I want to invite you back in 15 minutes for that 30-minute address, as well as our closing session. And with that, we'll sign off, take a break, and thanks to all of the panelists for just an outstanding set of presentations. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks, Kalani. It's Sridhar, and I just wanted to, on my behalf, also say thank you very much for participating today and giving us your time. It was really valuable. And I'm really glad you took us up on the offer to join us today. Really, really interesting, and hope we can stay in touch.
Yeah.
I second that. So nice to meet you. Such a great talk.
No, thank you, colleagues.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that paper on Africa as the role model for the rest of the world. If you could, you know.
I will definitely send you something.
That would be great.
Thank you. I think let's definitely keep in touch. I mean, this is something that's going to remain relevant, you know, in the foreseeable future. So thanks a lot, colleagues.
Yeah, please let us know. I urge anyway if you think that there's a way we can support your work. So.
Sure. No, definitely.
Yeah. So if we had more time, Pilani, I would ask you about all your conversations with China. You know, many of us are European and Americans, and so we have this very particular view about China and how we can or cannot act. And I know that you have very good relationships with both other countries in the South, but also China as well. So perhaps one day we can have you back and we can talk about China and what you think the ethics are of that relationship, or their ethics and all that kind of stuff. That would be great.
Absolutely. No, I'm more than willing to keep involved in the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Great. Okay, so we will be back at 30 minutes past the hour. We don't yet have our keynote speaker with us. So, Sridhar, you can't do video, is that right?
That's correct.
Is that our fault or from your side?
I think the Jamie.
You've now gone onto mute.
Oh, okay, right. So now I can do my video. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So it was not me. It was the settings from your side, I think.
Okay, great. And so are you, assuming we get our keynote speaker, you're happy to share? Great.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me just see if I've got anything in my emails. So AV support, resend invite for keynote. Thank you, Jamie. And I won't, well, I'll email her assistant, make sure things are okay. So someone is connecting. Who is this coming in?
Hi, so no, sorry, that's me.
Okay.
I'm just changing my equipment. Yeah.
Very nice to see you, Dr. Pace. I was just sending you an email just to make sure that you're with us. But all seems well.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. We're so excited you made it. I can't believe that this has all come together. It's really exciting.
Me too. I'm pleased as well. Are we live or are we on break?
No, so we will go. So yes, we are live, but the session hasn't started yet. So yes.
Okay, great.
So I'm not going to say anything controversial, but so we will start, I believe, in 9 minutes.
No problem. As long as I still have some time.
Yeah.
I wanted to come on a bit early.
Thank you so much for doing that. So if you need some time or stuff, you can turn off your camera and your microphone.
Okay.
Do what you need to do, and if we could see you back, sort of a couple of minutes before.
That's no problem at all. I'll be right here, Shudo. But we'll have to catch up properly offline for sure.
Just one question: whether you have slides to share? Or
I do not. Is that okay?
That makes it much easier for us.
Okay, great.
Even better. Okay, see you in a few minutes.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
So I guess we're pretty close now. You able to start again?
Great. We're just going to wait for this record button to light up, and then that means that we are all up. So we are on. So any last minute comments or concerns, or are we okay?
I'm saying hi to Lois from across town somewhere.
Excellent.
Hi, Lisa. I just saw your note in the chat. It's good to see you. We both have our brick walls too. So very, very Washington.
Great. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone from wherever you're joining us today. My name is Sridhar Venkatapuram, and this is the second day and the keynote of the second day conference. And my pleasure is to introduce our speaker, who is Lois Pace. And I'm just going to say a few words about Lois. But I just have to say that I'm so excited about this happening, because I have been a big admirer of hers for a number of years, as she was the president of the Global Health Council. And I apologize if I don't get that title correctly, but I just know the work that has been really incredible, where her work has sought to bring together a number of issues that have been marginal to both public health within the United States, but also marginal in global health. And she's brought together, under her leadership at the Global Health Council, and she brought it under a campaign and a title or a movement or an agenda, I don't know how one best described it, called Democratizing Global Health. And I thought that that was one of the most fantastic and ingenious ways of addressing so many different issues, both within the United States about racial disparities and health inequalities, and also global disparities in the way that health inequalities are expanding, but also how the global health apparatus, machinery, industry, regime, whatever you want to talk about it, perpetuates inequalities. And I thought that it was fantastic stuff. And I was particularly excited to hear that she had been selected to be on the Biden-Harris Advisory Board for addressing COVID in the United States. And then as we were in the process of inviting her to speak at this conference, she also became part of the new administration as the Director of Global Affairs for the Department of Health and Human Services. And I believe that, and I hope that you will explain your role much better than I could, but I believe that this is sort of the kind of the global health ambassador, if I'm correctly or not, which sort of deals with sort of foreign relations and public health and the intersection of those two. So I'm not going to try to explain anything more than that, but I want to just sort of welcome you, and please do describe yourself as whatever way you want, and look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, of course, thanks very much, Sridhar, and I'm grateful for that very generous introduction. I think you described my role just fine, honestly. I've been here probably 40 days or so I am probably still learning myself to describe what it is I do, or what all I do and the team here does. But I guess, as you said, we are sort of our nation's diplomats when it comes to our own Department of Health. And often, I think with most countries, right, they have a domestically focused team of people who are really keen to advance the health of their citizens. And yet there are real advantages to international engagement. And there's even a draw when it comes to some of our agencies like the Centers for Disease Control or the National Institutes of Health and the like, even our Food and Drug Administration. Many people around the world have been keen over the years to partner with US agencies, and we in turn have been keen to partner with counterparts in countries all over the world on those particular efforts and issues. And so the Office of Global Affairs at the Department of Health is sort of that matchmaker in that regard, and can help connect those dots and help, I guess, leverage our collective resources, right, for greater good. I think, as you know, from our interactions online, I'm always keen to bring people together. And so I'm really happy to be in this position now where it's my full-time job to ensure that happens. And definitely it's an adjustment, wearing a different hat, coming from civil society to government, but I wear it with pride. As you mentioned in our, I think, back and forth in planning for this particular engagement, I'm really happy to have been able to do this, given the ways that I've tried to advance this agenda, the agenda that you all have focused on the past couple of days around global health justice. And I guess you can say it was sort of a prerequisite for me even coming into this role, really to say, okay, if this is something I'm going to be able to do, I want to be able to talk about these issues and engage on this topic, because like you said, it's just, this is the work right now, the work that we're doing, the things that we're saying, and how we move forward from this moment in a way that's grounded in a conversation on inequity, on injustice, is critical. That will not be rebuilding or renewal unless we stare that squarely in the face. And so I'm grateful that the president, the U.S. president, and his administration is really keen to do just that. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like. But as I said, I'm grateful to be here today, and thanks to you and Jonathan for making it happen. I guess I want to start a little bit with where I talked about how surprising it is, or how surprising it could feel for people, for the U.S. to be showing up in this way. And I don't want to get too far into the conversation before acknowledging that. And I'd be curious to know if people who are listening in or watching agree. But for me, we've talked about disparities for decades, unfortunately, and we can get into why that is and why we're still talking about it. And yet, it's a very different posture, I think, now for a U.S. president to come into office and to have as one of his pillars be racial equity, right? So there's COVID, there's the economy, there's climate, which is another really sort of important priority to acknowledge and to step back and say, wow, that's one of the 4 pillars. But the fact that equity is up there too really says a lot to me, and I think it says a lot to other people. So I'm while that's the case, it's still sort of under development, and we're still trying to understand what that means for us. But I think it's really an important starting point that he and the vice president have taken, and that those of us who are working for them and with them need to really think about carrying forward. So like I said, it's not, it isn't necessarily a new idea, sadly. And I think if we even just look at how we're approaching it here at home, it is unfortunate that COVID has uncovered these rampant disparities across the health spectrum and beyond, I would argue. And when we look at the rates of COVID hospitalization and deaths, we've seen discrepancies since day one, with particularly racial and ethnic minorities, right? So whether with Black people in this country, with Latinx people in this country, with Indigenous populations, there's been this gap between who makes it and who doesn't, right? Or at least who, if they survive, who has an easier go of it. And that doesn't come down to biology as we know it, comes down to a number of other conditions that I'm sure you've all talked about over the past couple of days. And then there's this overlay, right, with who is at greatest risk for other reasons by way of their economic position, by way of their position of employment. Everyone talked a lot about essential workers or the critical frontline workforce. And we know that those are often made up of individuals who fall into these other categories who are at greatest risk. And so to have that risk compounded and to see people live through that and the anxiety associated with that was really tough this past year, but still critically important to acknowledge. Not to mention, sort of, as we know around the world, but even in individual countries, including the States, where you live is quite indicative of whether you live. So that's a yet another layer to all of this that I know those of us who have been working on COVID this past year, in particular since I was on the Transition Advisory Board, and even now with my colleagues in the Department of Health, there's a real focus on, again, why we are seeing those gaps. And the first step to understanding how to close those gaps is to acknowledge what leads to them in the first place, right? And those critical factors. And so I'm glad that the president and the vice president have taken steps to address those issues. They've put in place things like the COVID Equity Task Force here, that's being led by one of my fellow former board members, to alongside community leaders and experts to really unpack this issue. But it's all to say, I know this is a conversation about global injustices and global inequities, but that change starts at home, right? Like, you can't just go around preaching the gospel, as they say, without really getting it right at home first. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. There's also an important piece around the ripple effects as well of COVID, and this is something that we do see worldwide. And I often want to level set with this knowledge that, you know, I think people are aware of, and yet I don't know if we spend enough time with. So people are understanding more and more how COVID, at least at a personal level, or if only at a personal level, let alone at a societal level, is really affecting our mental health and sort of how we are doing, frankly, right? And I think that cannot be overlooked. Obviously, a lot of the other issues that I work on and a lot of us care about across the global health spectrum are also being put at risk. If we think about people living with HIV and TB, not having access to treatment or diagnosis. If we think about children and their limited access to immunizations, and we're not able to do the basic work of public health and global health in many ways. I think similarly, people are quite concerned with the opioid crisis and other challenges in the space that require our attention, and yet everything is being consumed by COVID and everything's being, frankly, amplified by COVID. And getting beyond the health space, when we look at the gender lens or spectrum, understanding the increased rates of gender-based violence is something that I know the UN has reported on, and unfortunately we still continue to see data pointing to, again, that widening gap, right? And so as I think about the need to get a handle on everything we're facing with COVID-19, I'm thinking about the cases, I'm thinking about the deaths from this disease, but I'm also mindful of these aftershocks and very much aware of how many more people are being left behind who aren't being counted, right? All of the other disparities that we're faced with in light of the pandemic. I'm not here to make us all sad about that, of course, and I want to get into what we can do and specifically what the U.S. can and should be doing in this space. But I'm also here, as I said, to listen and learn from each of you, sort of how we show up in this space. One way that this administration has approached this work and this thinking, first and foremost, has been, I think, to start with a set of principles and at least some guideposts for how we approach this business of equity. And I very much appreciated that, and again, I still think that we are working to define for ourselves what we mean even by the term equity, for example, let alone some of these other pieces of the puzzle. But we know we need to start with the first and foremost, a sense of humility. The fact that America has been brought to our knees with this crisis has been quite sobering and telling of how much work we need to do, right? Over 500,000 deaths, millions of cases, making up essentially a fifth of what the world has faced in terms of the burden of disease. That's we never thought we would see that day. And I think there are other people who have looked to America and wondered what has gone wrong. And so that humility is really key. I've already talked about equities or the lack thereof in terms of the principles that we adhere to and the fact that we want to close that gap. So I don't need to belabor that point. But there's another important principle that stands out to me, which is the principle of solidarity and cooperation, and that is another important sort of mantra that the president I know led with from day one, even before day one, to say how much he believes in coming together to solve this problem. And that can happen at multiple levels, right? That can happen at a community level, and it has been happening at the level of communities and individuals. But it absolutely needs to happen at a systemic or societal level, right? And that means that's where government comes in. And that's why it's so critically important to have a strong public sector that is responding, let alone these governments working with one another. And so I'm very excited, as I think you know, from the things I've been saying this past year about the US's re-engagement with WHO, for example, and that's something that the president did on day one. And he did it as a demonstration of his commitment to international cooperation in an effort to work towards working collectively to solve the problem of COVID, and to be an active participant, if not a leader in the global COVID response. And so that's getting a little bit into, not just rhetoric, but action, what the US has been trying to do to close this gap, to ensure that we are addressing the needs of Americans and global citizens even when it comes to the pandemic. And we're not at the end of it, right? We're still in the thick of it, sadly, and we're, I think, all trying to get and even stay ahead of it. But it's showing us how hard we have to work to get there. Aside though from rejoining or re-engaging with WHO, I should say, it was also very exciting to have the president make a commitment to the COVAX facility. And I'm sure you all have talked about this at some point over the past couple of days, but to have a mechanism, a platform whereby countries could stand a fighting chance, pooling resources and receiving essential innovations like vaccines, let alone working across the ACT accelerator to receive essential diagnostics and therapeutics. That's something the US remains committed to. We put our money where our mouth is, as they say, and have already contributed $2 billion to Gavi for that COVAX facility, and have pledged an additional $2 billion by the end of next year to, again, ensure that these global systems work. And, there's an acknowledgement that, we can't let our foot off that gas, and we stand ready to partner with those same institutions like Gavi, Global Fund, UNICEF, WHO, and the like to ensure those systems work. But I think it's our hope that those platforms remain a solution for the world, so that we can continue to make progress. And yet there's an openness to other opportunities to engage and other solutions. And so another example of that has been the agreement that the US brokered with these Quad countries, right? India, Japan, Australia, to look more closely at opportunities for regional capacity and scaling up manufacturing, not at a global level, in a way that can be so centralized that it can cause problems, but at more of a local level, so that we can solve for the next pandemic, frankly, and not even just the one of today. So these are, for me, are promising steps, and I'd be curious and open to hearing and knowing how it's being received, and if people have other thoughts as to where and how we could be showing up. But I think that's the other way we're trying to take action. It's not just showing up and leading in the world. Leadership is important, and I don't want to downplay it, but listening is just as critical, especially for a country that, again, is trying to come back into this space, with a different posture. Re-engaging with the world, yes, but perhaps re-engaging very differently. If we're truly going to build back better, then we might have to take some different steps to get there. And so this brings me back a bit to where I started. What is it are we really trying to achieve, and how are we really hoping to achieve it? When we talk about the right to health, what does that entail? Honestly, when we even put out the goal of access to care, access to innovation, what's our path for getting there? Again, we're very excited to re-engage with WHO. A lot of conversations are happening about what it looks like truly to close these gaps, right, and to create this space for real change. Similarly, at the G7, these conversations are happening. We're glad to be at that table with countries to have those conversations. But importantly, we need to also be sure we're having them at regional levels, working with our partners at Africa CDC, for example, working with WHO regional offices like Pan American Health Organization or the Africa Regional Office for WHO and the like. These conversations have to happen at all levels, let alone with civil society stakeholders and even industry, right? We can't forget that these innovations have come from these public-private partnerships and largely with American industries and American researchers partnering with counterparts or colleagues around the world in the spirit of collaboration and coordination and solidarity. So I hope it's clear that at least from my perspective, I stand ready to listen and learn, and that this government is really coming back into this space in a hopeful way, in a way that we hope will be helpful, and in an attempt to truly contribute to our success in beating COVID-19 and finally learning some hard lessons that we needed to learn for a long time about how we get there. So with that, I will close out my remarks. Thank you again, Sridhar and Jonathan, for having me. And I know that we wanted to leave a bit of time and space for questions from your community.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic, and that's really informative about sort of your thinking and the background, and also what we can expect from you in sort of your role in the US. So, and thank you also for offering us some space to ask you some questions. So I am going to, so if any of the audience members want to ask any questions, you can put it in the Q&A. And please write it in. And then also I want to, because we just have a few short minutes, I want to see if the other panel members have a question or a comment that they have on their tip of their tongue so that we can get that out as quickly as possible. Lisa, Lisa, do you want to say your question? You're muted.
There's my video, but not my audio. Nicole also has one.
Okay.
My quick question, but maybe not an easy one, is when you're talking to different actors, I won't specify, about the US having global responsibility, how do you frame that? Do you say, everybody has the human right to health and we have capacity, so we should do this? Do you talk about, responsibility for historical injustice around the world? How do you kind of frame that? And does it vary depending upon who you're talking to get people motivated to think about this, not just as an American problem, but as a United States problem, rather, but rather really as something that is a global concern, to which we're all, connected?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I do think I don't know if there's one way. So maybe that's, answering your question about audience and having the message being driven by that. But one way I think we've tried to approach this question is by starting at home, and is by saying, okay, well, what does it look like for us to focus on rights and equity here? Look, we unfortunately, sadly, have had yet another instance of Black life loss. due to the systemic issues we have in this country around law enforcement and their relationship with Black men in particular, it seems. And so even just looking at that as a starting point, let alone some of the other sort of issues around rights that have come to light, I think more so in the wake of COVID. I'm thinking about anti-Asian bias and discrimination as well. And so I think operating with some level of specificity and storytelling to say, well, this is our starting point when we talk about rights, let alone, outside of those two examples, I think the ongoing conversation about sexual and reproductive health rights, LGBTQ folk, and how they fit into our agenda and how they can't be forgotten. I think you will find that, or I have found at least that, for example, with our COVID Equity Task Force, they've done a very good job identifying the various places and spaces we need to be having this conversation. I think it's hard to list all of the groups that matter, but I think that by pulling out these key examples of what's happening at home and how we hope to address it, then we can show up in other spaces and say, okay, well, we're talking about racial equity, but you might have a different equity lens that you're using. Yeah, we might be coming to the problem in the same way, right? In terms of engaging local communities and, ensuring we're collecting data appropriately and the like. So I hope that that's a decent answer to your question. And I think that that's a really good thing. Starting out. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
So we have one question from an attendee, and it says, the WHO recently reported that less than 2% of the 690 million COVID vaccine doses administered to date globally have been in Africa. Doesn't this signal a failure of COVAX? Shouldn't the US be leading more proactively in ensuring equity and access to vaccines? So I guess you talked about 2 billion and then 2 more billion. Is there more that the US government could do to ensure more equity in the way that COVAX is operating or the vaccines are distributed in the world?
Yeah, I think those have been hard headlines to read, honestly. And it's one of the reasons why the US contributed the money that we have, and we're still the highest contributor to COVAX. And frankly, I think it would be great to have someone overtake us, and contributing even more. I think the president has called on pledges from other countries so that COVAX can get that job done, so that we're not seeing that discrepancy or disparity. And yet we know it's not just about money either. So I think that question came from Robert. This is one of the reasons why I think we are looking at other options or opportunities. So whether it's through these regional agreements like the Quad, looking at manufacturing capacity, I know that's not an immediate solution, but it's something that could work even in the medium term if we're looking out over the next 6, 12, 18 months. And then honestly, there are other conversations we know, right, about voluntary tech transfer, about, other sort of cooperation around existing know-how and capabilities. And so there is an opportunity, I think, that for the US to broker some of those conversations between industry and other entities around the world, perhaps, let alone instruments through venues like the WHO and the World Health Assembly to explore how we can really expand access. So it's something that's heavy on my heart and very much on my mind. I'm only one part of the US government, to be clear. And there are many other actors who have a say in this. But
what, you don't run the US government?
I know, right? But I appreciate the question for sure.
So we have one last question, which will be short. So one of the panel members, Nicole, do you want to unmute and ask the question? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at the council, and thank you very much for the talk. I was curious, you've got a very nice collaborative way of approaching, the discussion. But I wondered if you had a vision for how the US can contribute to overcoming global health problems, like in the current pandemic, if you would support some, I mean, I also see that some of your members are like Pfizer and whatever, so I don't know. But, you know, to what extent you guys can challenge the status quo and produce measurable results as you claim that you would like to do by, you know, supporting global advocacy efforts. I don't know if you heard the paper I presented with Kaushik Basu, but there are initiatives out there to, you know, suggest, well, maybe we need to change the way we're, restructure the way we're doing pharmaceutical research and development, or greatly expand funding for basic healthcare systems, which are fairly, you know, fairly pressing and fairly big-minded. And I don't know to what extent you see your role as like having that kind of vision or filling in smaller gaps.
Thanks, Nicole, for that question. I only have to do this because I work with, because now that I work with government, I have to be very clear that I no longer work at the Global Health Council. So apologies for that confusion in my bio. I know, it's just been 30 days. But speaking as a US government official, I can speak to, you know, outside of the president's 4 pillars, he has sort of issued a directive around our global COVID response. And I think you can see that in 2 ways. One is the engagement with WHO, and specifically how we look at and work towards the global COVID response and improving how the WHO and its member states are best poised to respond to COVID or any future emergency. So I know we're out of time, and so I'd otherwise get into the ways we're looking at that, but the easiest way to talk about that is through international health regulations and sort of the standards and norms that are put in place. There's also an interest in looking, I think, more broadly at the global health architecture and the mechanisms that need to be in place for us all to be successful across the global health spectrum. And so I might end or land by saying that that's also very much on our radar. While COVID is important, and while working with institutions like WHO are key, that's not all that public health entails, right? And so my vision is the president's vision, if I'm doing it right. Our goal is to also look from everything from AIDS to Zika and look across the spectrum from research to health services, and ensure that the US is showing up in all the ways that we have previously, and perhaps even more so to advance that broader health agenda, right? Across infectious and chronic diseases, thinking about primary healthcare in particular, and the health workforce, data and surveillance, and everything in between. So hopefully that's somewhat helpful to you. But yes, I do tend to be collaborative, and I do think we are hopeful in convening multiple stakeholders for that mission, because it doesn't just take government, right? And I believe in the power of civil society, having worked in that space for as long as I have, and so I'm hopeful that we can join forces on that front.
So with that, I want to express my real gratitude for your time, and please sort of join us anytime again that you want to, but I wish you, and we wish you, lots of luck, lots of courage as you begin this extraordinary period, both in your career, but also in our world. And I wish you lots of luck, and we will be eagerly waiting to see what you do and how we can help and anything else.
Absolutely, I should have said that before. Happy to have you all's help in helping us be successful. So good luck with everything. Thanks
Thank you very much.
Us.
Thank
Take
you.
Care.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. Okay, so now we are going to move into a sort of more reflective session, which is not to say that the previous ones haven't been reflective. But I would invite all of the panelists who are still with us. I know some people have had to go to put on their cameras and to join in the discussion. I think I know that some people will not be with us all the time. And we've got half an hour scheduled. We don't have to take it all. But I thought it would be useful for us with the participants as well to perhaps reflect on what we've done and what we failed to do in these 2 days, and I think both for an agenda in global health and an agenda in thinking about global health. So I would invite anyone from the audience or from the panel to kick off with any comments or reflections that they might like to share with us? What have I got here? What we can do is any participant who wants to speak, we can certainly turn on your audio. I'm not sure about the camera. So if you would like to make a verbal contribution rather than writing, if you're a bit tired of writing in the chat, that is all good for us. I think it would be interesting for us to hear what you would have liked to have heard discussed that didn't happen, or equally anything that was given a small amount of attention and could be developed further. But let me ask that of the panelists first. And it's Sridhar, were there things, if we had a third day conference, what would the panels have been, do you think?
So in my wish list, gosh, I think that I would have loved to see more about what ethics or justice looks like from the middle of the global hierarchy of communities or states. I think we have an us, them, north, south, rich, poor kind of dichotomy. I think there's a lot going on in the middle that I would be really interested to see that perspective. I would be really interested to see the perspectives of sort of what we haven't seen, which is from East Asia, what the world looks like from East Asia, particularly either a country that sort of had a very good response to COVID and sort of the way that they think about stuff, or China, which is very much our, sort of one of the leading powers in the world, and sort of how they would talk about the world, and whether they use the language of ethics or not, but sort of what that would be do. So those are the two sort of big ones that I would sort of think about, or sort of saying would love to sort of have seen panels on that. The third one, I guess, is that we didn't do a kind of where was global justice 20 years ago and where are we now, sort of a kind of a review of the terrain of that. I remember you famously saying, global justice was on the one hand about the cosmopolitans, and then on the other hand about the status, and it just kind of died, the debate. Everybody said it's somewhere in between, but no one actually decided where in between it was, and we just sort of all kind of went away. So I think it would have been great to sort of have a kind of a retracing of that, sort of seeing where are we now in comparison to where we were, stuff. Yep. So that would be 3.
Fantastic. And Abba, I know you have something to say, although you can't come on the camera. Are you with us there?
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I just went out to have a breath of fresh air, so I'm out in the open. But I think echoing a little bit of what Sridhar said, what does justice look like for communities and countries which, for example, don't have access to vaccines and will not have access to vaccines, not only in Africa, but in a lot of other countries? And how do we reach those people? What sort of philosophical discussions can help to bring them into the conversation and to hear from them and to help them? And I'm sure, and I don't think that's an easy answer, but I think that should be on top of our agenda, to at least that should be there when we talk about any of these global health justice issues. I'll stop there now for the time being.
Thank you. Nicole.
I really liked it, but I think it might be really nice to get other disciplines' perspectives, like historical perspectives, maybe Sanjoy, as well as, maybe empirical work or something that connects really closely with ethics in the way that Sanjay's talk did, but that, not only geographically, but in other ways can inform the discussions of ethics and what needs to be done. So personally, I felt like it would have been beneficial. I liked how we engaged with civil society and government, but I think across, the academic disciplines could be useful.
Yeah. Okay, Roya, do you have anything you'd like to say?
I think I would have loved to hear, maybe it's not specifically related to COVID-19, but I would have loved to add a session on the health of refugees, knowing that we are living an exceptional tragedy in our generation, being witness of this, the refugee crisis. And I just heard that I think in average, if I recall Serena Perek's work correctly, I think that in some refugee camps, the average of years that refugees will be spending there, because they will be actually stuck in the system and in the global encampment regime that Serena Perek talks about, they will spend an average from 17 to 25 years in those refugee camps. And we absolutely need to obviously to apprehend this problematic, but also to be able to deliver healthcare. And in that sense, I would have loved to have a discussion on the possibilities, if there are any, to deterritorialize access to healthcare. And I would have liked to have a discussion, perhaps a separate session, but it's also intertwined, about the role of NGOs in the sphere of medical humanitarian assistance. Because as Rubinstein would put it, there are sometimes, even with all the imperfections of the funding, NGOs, competition, all of that, they are considered as the second best option to failed governments. And in some cases, NGOs are really the only actors who will really have access to people suffering for real in our non-ideal world. So I would have loved to talk more about, are there ways to better coordinate the work of NGOs within the WHO system, or should we consider the independence of NGOs as some kind of a sacrosanct principles, but then it's not working? In any case, all those questions, I think, are part also of global justice reflections and considerations.
Fantastic. So I think there's a lot of interest in topics around refugees, migrants, the role of NGOs. One way in which I think about this, that for the ordinary citizen, it feels like there's a belief you put in money one end and you get results out the other end. So if you put dollars or whatever it is into the collecting can, it's collecting for charity, you'll get cures for cancer out the other end, something, but without much sense of the intermediate chains. I think we get this even with government. So the US, of course, is putting $2 billion into COVAX. The UK has been putting in a few £100 million now. Other countries are putting money in, and the hope is that something comes out the other end. And think about where are the blockages between the money and the results. So what is it that's stopping health outcomes? Now, to some degree, it's we know the social determinants of health are an enormous problem, and this is I think one of the great frustrations in the health area. So I'll tell a little anecdote about UK health. So I went to a seminar, this was 10, 15 years ago at the LSE, and I was talking to someone from the Department of Health, and I began explaining to him the theory of the social determinants of health. And he said, yeah, we know all that. Michael Marmot came in, we've had our tutorial on the social determinants of health. We know it, but what can we do? What can we in the health sector do to act on the social determinants of health? Because all of these things, end poverty, give people good homes, give people good jobs. We've got independent good reasons for doing those things, but we're not doing them. And saying that this is important for health is not going to make the difference. And I think this may be one of the reasons why, unfortunately, we've had our attention diverted away to vaccines, because that feels like that's something we can do something about. Whereas all of these other things that we know about, terrible health systems, very poor living accommodation, poor sanitation, those things are so tough and difficult and can't be done at scale, whereas vaccine can be done at scale. So I think we've been sucked into a discourse of concentrating on the things that are easy to concentrate on, the things that are easy to do, and we haven't found ways of tackling the things that are difficult to do. Sridhar, you were nodding. I don't know if you were nodding at me or nodding at something else, but I don't know if you have.
No, I mean, that's exactly right. That's what I was trying to say as well.
Right.
I was saying that in my presentation yesterday as well, is that it's not incorrect to focus on vaccines, but exclusively focus on vaccines has the impact of crowding out the more difficult issues. And in some cases, it's politically done in order to ensure that we don't talk about some other issues. But in the global health space, it actually crowds out the more fundamental issues around what's the system that's actually caused this in the first place, and how do we address the kind of architecture and the behaviors and norms that allowed this to happen. So absolutely, I agree with you about that. The thing about it is that I think that this idea of this Ministry of Health person saying, well, what can I do? I can't do anything about anything else, is clearly needs to look, we need to look at that a bit more, because that assumes that everybody who works in their different ministries only works on that specific issue. And I know that that's not the case, right? So there's different ways that different people work across sectors, and there's a dependency here that you have to have people literate in order to be able to build sort of something else. And so therefore there's an interdependency on here. So there's lots of different ways that I think, yeah. So I was just going to say, I agree with you. I think that we need to push that forward in some way or another.
Yeah, I do in my own teaching. I sometimes do an executive education course for people in government, and I set them that problem. So suppose you are in the Ministry of Health and you buy the idea of the social determinants of health. What do you do next? And the idea, of course, is to get them thinking about how other areas of government impact on health, and where you can have something which is beneficial from more than one standpoint. That is in more than one. So some things, for example, around green transport could be good for health, but good for the environment and good for congestion. So ways in which the same policy can be beneficial for more than one agency. In global health, that may be quite harder to do, but obviously it's something we need to think about. So I saw there was a comment from Robert in the chat. I think just agreeing with what we were doing, agreeing with the idea we should have a session on refugees and people living in ungoverned spaces. And also, as someone from an NGO, he says he agrees with the idea of looking at the NGO perspective. So it's very good to declare your interest there as well. Great. So let me see if anyone else has more to add. I don't want to hold people here just for the sake of holding people here. It's been a long 2 days. Sridhar.
Sorry, so I love this topic, so I'm not going to. There's always more to talk about, but I think the building on this NGO discussion, the problem that was found in the humanitarian space was actually so much money was pumped into humanitarian emergencies that the NGOs were actually not the right people, and they were actually making the situation worse. So to relate it to that, I wanted to talk about the problem of corruption that has increasingly become related to actually bad health outcomes. So we always thought about corruption as being a bad problem. And we've also always seen about corruption in the healthcare setting as being just a very petty kind of corruption, when you go to the hospital and you have to pay to get an injection, or you have to pay the doctor in his private hours. But the scale of corruption that we have been seeing both in rich countries and in all other countries is sort of enormous enormous. And during the last year, I've been particularly keeping track of all the headlines. But this is sort of enormous amounts of corruption on a systemic level, and we're talking on a global level as well. And how some people are trying to look at the health impacts of that kind of resource sort of, you know, disappearance, maluse, all this other kinds of stuff. So I think that this is, I think from an ethical and philosophical point of view, we haven't done very much on the kind of ethics or morality of corruption, not only at an individual level, but on a systemic level, and particularly at a global level, because we now understand that there's major actors that are complicit in that kind of resource, you know, sort of flows that are coming out of countries and sort of actually impacting health poorly on the ground. So that would be one other, I think, new thing that we should make a clear and central part of our considerations around global health, equity, and justice.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So any final comments from participants or the audience before we bid you goodbye? Well, Lisa, is that you coming on? No.
I was just gonna say, when can we do it again? But you know.
Well, for myself, I think
we're going to do it in early next year, Lisa. We have a second conference coming up, so we're going to do it again.
That's too long to wait, but okay.
Unless we've solved all the problems in the meantime and don't need the conference, which is always possible. So there's another comment in the Q&A. So I had the wrong bit open. Health diplomacy has become an off-cited expression over the last few years, and more so post-COVID-19. Would love it if our panelists should shed some light on what broad ethical guidelines should govern these initiatives. Okay, I'm not sure we have the mental space or capacity to start discussing a new topic now, but perhaps we will note that as a topic we should be thinking about. Certainly it's very important from the point of view of all countries that are potentially trying to gain or lose allies globally as part of their national interest and national security policy. So this is a very important topic for us. So anyway, let us say thank you to all the panelists, the people from the independent research group, but also those who joined us from outside, to those participants who have bravely stayed with us to the bitter end. I hope it hasn't been too bitter. And to Jamie, who has provided excellent support for us. And we'll see you again sometime. And the panelists, we can join the debrief link, which I have sent you by email, but we will close this meeting, although there is something just in the chat. No, okay. All right, good. So let us say goodbye and thank you, and we'll be closing the meeting now. Thank you very much.